Good evening, everyone. We're going to start in a couple of minutes. If you have signs, your signs cannot be held up to block people in council chambers. Okay? Thank you.
Everyone, please take your seats. We're going to begin our meeting, starting with the land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Kizh peoples. I will now call this meeting to order, and it is 6:04 p.m. Will Nick Roybal come up and do the Pledge of Allegiance for us, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
If you're able, would you please rise and direct your attention to the flag of the United States and place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Madam City Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Byers.
Present.
Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Here.
Mayor Schein.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. City Attorney Langer, please provide us with the closed session report.
Yes, good evening. The City Council convened a closed session at 5:30 this evening. There were no members of the public here to speak on the agenda. The Council discussed one matter of existing litigation that was on the posted agenda and took no reportable action. That concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll now move towards to the approval of the agenda. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes from the staff?
No, Mayor, we do not have any changes from staff this evening.
Okay. Are there any changes requested from my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem Erickson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to do a few. 6A, which is the Transportation and Mobility Expo. 6B, which is the Artists and Icons event. 6C, the Circa event. 6D, the Red Dress Day event. 6E, the Spirit Royale Drag event. I'm going to keep going. 6F, the screening of the short films for the HRSS event. And last but not least, 6G, approval of the dates for Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem installation.
I have questions about 6G with respect to the rest of the calendar, so can we hold that for discussion?
Yes, I do too.
Mayor Pro Tem, on 6E, there is a component where we would like to ask my colleagues if they would like to participate as a team in the drag cheerleading event.
I'm happy to participate.
Depends how much we have to jump up and down.
No jumping.
I don't think I'm available that day, but if my schedule changes, I will.
But you're okay with that?
And I was actually a real cheerleader in college.
Oh.
So you could stand on my shoulders if I'm available.
That explains your dancing on the Pride float, for sure. It was really fabulous, this Pride.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would just like to note my recusal from item 6F if we move to consent. Thank you.
Okay. Any other changes for my colleagues at all?
Yes, sorry. I want to pull item, apologies, 2N. And that is the fiscal year 2023 cultural events and waiver facility fees conversation.
Okay.
Thanks.
And Mayor, I don't agree with the entirety of item 2M, so I would like to note my no vote on that.
Okay. All right. So with that, we have on consent 6A, which is, well, 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6F with a recusal noted from Councilmember Byers. We are pulling 2N from the consent calendar, and 2M is a no vote registered by Councilmember Heilman.
So there is a motion and a second from Councilmember Heilman and Mayor Pro Tem Erickson. For some reason, Granicus isn't allowing me the opportunity to do a recorded vote, so I'm just going to do a voice vote. So
Can I stop you?
Yes.
Is it possible for us to move 5D to consent as well, the Halloween contract?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So the approval of the agenda will move item 5D as in David to consent, item 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, and 6F, noting the recusal of Councilmember Byers on 6F and Councilmember Heilman's no vote on item 2, M as in Mary, and we are moving item 2, N as in Nancy, to excluded consent. Okay. Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Schein.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We will now move to adjournment motions. Councilmember Meister, do you have adjournments for this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Richard Settle. Richard Settle died on July 19th, 2023. He was 76 years old. Originally from Vandalia, Illinois, Richard moved to the West Coast in the 1970s. He was known to countless people in the West Hollywood community, and with his kind and gentle spirit, he was beloved by everyone. As early as the city of West Hollywood's founding in 1984, Richard was a city contracted photographer, having also worked aside George Harrell, capturing photos of Hollywood movie stars. He was deeply involved in the West Hollywood community, and he was passionate about documenting its people, places, and history. In the mid-1980s, Richard was president of the West Hollywood Community Alliance. In February 1986, he was appointed as one of the first members to what was then the city's Public Facilities Board. A proud Navy veteran, Richard was a member of the city's Veterans Task Force, which would develop plans for the permanent Veterans Memorial, now named in honor of Sal Guariello, at Holloway and Santa Monica. Richard regularly attended annual Veterans Day events at the memorial. During the past couple of years, Richard stepped away from his photographic work to focus on his health. Richard was actively involved in the Hollywood United Methodist Church, where he attended services on Sundays. His dear friend from church, Dave Whitaker, has announced that there will be a memorial and celebration of life for Richard on Sunday, October 8th at 1 p.m. at Hollywood United Methodist Church. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers.
No, thank you.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have 3 adjournment requests. The first is for Stuart Fagan. Stuart passed away on July 5th following a battle with brain cancer. He grew up in the West Hollywood community, and as a young person, he went to the West Hollywood Library. And after he read all of the other books that were available, the librarian started giving him books about computer programming. And this is before computer programming was really a thing. And after reading those books, he pursued a career in computer science. He went to UCLA and had a long career as a computer engineer and later as a venture capitalist with various companies. His connection to West Hollywood was so strong that when he read about the plans for the new West Hollywood Library, out of the blue, he called our fundraiser and said he wanted to make a contribution. Little did we know that he wanted to contribute $1 million to the new library, and he did so. And in recognition of that donation, the technology area is named in his honor, the Stuart Fagan Computer and Technology area. So I would request that we adjourn in his memory. Secondly, I'd request that we adjourn in memory of Nate Gohler. Nate passed away peacefully on July 15th at the age of 95. He was an integral part of the West Hollywood business community for many years, along with his former wife, Phyllis. Among his many recognitions and achievements, he was the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award from the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce for his dedication to the West Hollywood business community through his many endeavors and charitable contributions. Most recently, he was a developing partner of the major hotel project that's in progress called Robertson Lane. Our condolences go out to his wife, Irina, and to his children and son-in-law during this very difficult time. I'd request we adjourn in his memory. And finally, I don't believe we adjourned in memory of John Allschul, our longtime planning commissioner. He died on July 31st at the age of 86. I initially appointed John to the Public Safety Commission and then later to the Planning Commission, and then later he served for many years as Councilmember D'Amico's appointee to the Planning Commission. He had the distinction of being the longest serving Planning Commissioner in West Hollywood's history. But John's life was really all about service to the community. In addition to his service to the city, he also served on the board of the Chamber of Commerce. He served as the president of the board of his HOA. He was one of the founding members of Congregation Kol Ami. He also was an incredible mentor to so many people in the community, and although he never took credit for it, he also, when there was somebody in need, he would privately find a way to get money to them to help them during a difficult period. John was such an incredible member of our community, and I'd request that we adjourn in his memory as well.
Thank you, Council Member. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I would like to request that we adjourn in memory of Maria Guadalupe Lupita Chiavara Becerra. Maria Guadalupe Lupita Chiavara Becerra, age 69, passed away peacefully and surrounded by her family on Tuesday, August 1st at her home in downtown Los Angeles. Lupita was born in Mexico City on October 9th, 1953. She immigrated to the United States at the age of 10. Lupita was a strong and entrepreneurial individual, working her way up from cleaning homes and waitressing to eventually founding and managing a restaurant and food truck in the San Fernando Valley, and later 4 popular restaurants in the high desert. Lupita was a devoted mother and grandmother. In addition to spending time with her beloved grandchildren, she enjoyed knitting, painting, and cooking for her family and children. She is survived by her 4 children, Javier, Maribel, Jimmy, and Jorge Jr., her 6 grandchildren, her sisters and her brother, and many other family members and friends who loved her dearly. She was preceded in death by her older sister and her ex-husband, and she'll be remembered for her beautiful smile, her joy, and her gigantic heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have adjournments as well. First, Laura Ann Carlton, known by friends and family as Lori, was the owner of Mag.Pie, a shop in both Lake Arrowhead and Studio City. Lori was tragically killed on August 18th in an act of anti-LGBTQ+ and gun violence for displaying a pride flag in her shop window in Lake Arrowhead. Friends remember her as a vocal advocate of the LGBTQ+ community. I just want to call this out again, that the Human Rights Campaign has for the first time declared a state of emergency for LGBTQ+ people in America, and Homeland Security has also put out an alert for LGBTQ+ electeds in office. We are so blessed to live in the city of West Hollywood, an LGBTQ+ sanctuary, And it's so important that we really come together as a community and protect each other and be mindful of our own rhetoric. This is a very, very scary time for the LGBTQ+ community. Our deepest condolences go out to Lori's family. She is survived by her husband and her 9 children, and she is so appreciated for her allyship for our community. Also, the victim of Tropical Storm Hilary, as we all witnessed locally, Tropical Storm Hilary unleashed flash floods in Southern California after beginning in Mexico's Baja California Peninsula. Hilary has left behind significant property damage and has reportedly claimed the life of 1 person in Mexico. Hilary was the first tropical storm to hit Southern California in 84 years. Our thoughts are with the family of the victim who passed away and those that experienced property damage along Hilary's destructive path. We are also deeply saddened by the huge loss of life and property by the devastating wildfires that erupted on the Hawaiian island of Maui on August 8th. These fires have claimed the lives of at least 114 people, while many more remain missing. Our thoughts are with the families of the victims and the people of Hawaii. We will now move to presentations for this evening, beginning with a presentation by Councilmember Heilman for Oscar Delgado.
Thank you, Mayor. This is very sad for us because we're losing one of our longtime employees. Oscar Delgado began his career with the City of West Hollywood back in 1996. He started as a parking analyst, and he outgrew that role quickly. He served as parking services manager, director of public works, and deputy city manager, and since 2020, he has served as the city's assistant city manager. He is going to be retiring this month. I can't read all the whereases, but Oscar has just been such a go-to person whenever something needs to be done. Oscar is the one that we reach out to. He has had oversight over many of our capital projects. He has worked on the Sunset Arts and Advertising program. He was a member of Team WeHo for AIDS Project Los Angeles, running a variety of marathons to support the work of APLA. He has just constantly maintained positive relationships with all of the city staff, all of the council members, and all of the community. I know that you're going to continue to be a part of the West Hollywood family forever. And while it's sad that we're losing you, you have certainly earned your retirement and then some. So Oscar, thank you so much for all of your many years of tireless service to the community. We wish you well with your retirement. We hope that you will continue to make West Hollywood your home. So if everyone could join me in presenting this proclamation to Oscar Delgado.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Heilman. Thank you, Mayor and council members, past and present. You can say that when you've been here a quarter of a century. I'd like to thank David. I'd like to thank Paul, who was before David. It's been a great run. What an amazing city. I've made so many friends. Our constituents are second to none. I've had conversations over the years with all of them. I'd like to thank our city staff, which I think is amazing, past and present as well. We've gotten the opportunity to work on so many projects, and I'm going to miss all of you. Thank you.
We will miss you too. Now we're going to move on to the Women's Equality Day 2023 proclamation and presentation. Whereas in 1971, the U.S. Congress designated August 26 as Women's Equality Day to commemorate the 1920 certification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, which granted women the right to vote and underscored women's continuing efforts toward full equality. And August 26 marks the 103rd anniversary of Women's Equality Day. And this year is also the centennial of the Equal Rights Amendment, which was first introduced in 1923, and the battle for women's suffrage, which began at the first Women's Rights Convention in Seneca Falls, New York in 1848, lasted 72 years and involved thousands of women over several generations. The suffragists defied social convention, faced disapproval from their families and communities, and confronted powerful opposition even during arrest, incarceration, beatings, and brutal force-feeding to win women's right to vote in 1920. Women's Equality Day is an opportunity to honor the unrelenting tenacity and spirit of those who work to secure women's right to vote and highlight the importance of voting rights and civic participation. In commemoration of Women's Equality Day, the City of West Hollywood and its Women's Advisory Board will host the Women's Equality Day WeHo Takeover, a pop-up experience to be held from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Saturday, August 26th at the intersection of Santa Monica and San Vicente Boulevard, and will feature fun giveaways, photo walls, and voter information. Additionally, Women's Equality Day festivities will continue on Sunday, the 27th, with the opening of the ERA Feminist Art Show, organized by Equal Means Equal and Moby Arts, highlighting the importance of the Equal Rights Amendment and voting rights, which will run until September 26th in Long Hall in Plummer Park. And the City of West Hollywood and its Women's Advisory Board are committed to the preservation and advancement of women's rights, and over the years have consistently supported legislation, policies, social services, and community programming that support women. We appreciate you. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims August 26th to be Women's Equality Day in West Hollywood and urges the community to join the celebration. At this time, I would like to invite representatives from the Women's Advisory Board who are here to the dais to accept the proclamation for Women's Equality Day. And my council members, please come join us.
Great. Hello, all. My name is Kat Lockwood. I'm the new Vice Chair of the Women's Advisory Board. We are really excited to welcome everyone's participation in the city's celebration of Women's Equality Day. I'm joined here tonight by fellow board members Angela De Silva, Honorary Board Member Dash, and Deborah Torok. So Women's Equality Day, celebrated every August 26th, commemorates the passage of women's suffrage in the United States and reminds us of the hurdles overcome by the heroic women who faced violence and discrimination to propel the women's movement forward and win the right to vote in the United States. When the 19th Amendment became law on August 26, 1920, 26 million adult female Americans were nominally eligible to vote, but full electoral equality was still decades away for many women of color who counted among that number. It actually took 55 years. But Women's Equality Day is a time to continue to advocate and mobilize for women's rights and full equality. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the introduction of the Equal Rights Amendment, which was first introduced in 1923. And the ERA was ratified on January 27, 2020, but remains unpublished and in limbo. So this Saturday, August 26th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., the Women's Equality Day WeHo Takeover is happening at the intersection of Santa Monica and San Vicente to help celebrate, pick up some free swag and voter information and info about the ERA. Secondly, we have the ERA Feminist Art Show from 12 to 5 in Long Hall at Palmer Park. We want to thank Kamala Lopez from Equal Means Equal and Natalie Gonzalez from Moby Arts for organizing this powerful show so quickly. We're excited for it to run until September 26th, and we hope that everyone will come join the celebration. Thanks.
That was lovely. Now we are going to go ahead and move to a presentation for outgoing appointees. Is Delphina Alden here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we will move on then. And we're going to move to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. The public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items or items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the public hearing. If you go over your 2 minutes and do not respond to the city clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening for public comment is Mikey Friedman, to be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Good evening. First, I want to congratulate and thank Stephanie Harker and Kathy Blavis. They fought hard and long to preserve our historical treasures in Plummer Park. Way to go. You know, living with a disability ain't easy. It's not something you get used to. It's a struggle every day, day in and day out. But sadly, people with disabilities are just an afterthought to many able-bodied people. So I want to thank Melissa Crowder for admitting and apologizing to me that she forgot to make accommodations for people living with disabilities when she and her staff were setting up the council chambers for last week's special meeting. That's one classy lady, and some of you could learn a lesson in humility from her. Last Wednesday, I visited the DAB meeting and nominated Manny Rodriguez for the Individual Disabilities Advisory Board Service Award for his work in bringing to everyone's attention how very difficult scooters make the lives of people with disabilities. And guess what? He won. He won because people living with disabilities abhor these scooters that make our lives more difficult. While you try to ignore it, they spoke out loud and clear. They showed very forcefully that they appreciate allies who help in the fight for equal access. And I also want to thank Councilmember Meister, a courageous woman who has our best interests at heart, for speaking out and questioning the processes by which our city is run. She demands that the process is transparent and involves the people of West Hollywood. Most of us don't know the inner workings of City Hall, and it's wonderful to know that we have an advocate who does understand, is fighting for our best interest, and is not just a political poser. Thank you again, Councilmember Meister.
Our next speaker this evening is Stephanie Harker, to be followed by Lynn Hoopengarner.
Good evening. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. Well, here we are. It's a very exciting evening for many, and literally thousands of people in the City of West Hollywood and who were members of Protect Plummer Park. I have a presentation tonight. I have the original certificate. This is to certify that Community Clubhouse, other name Great Hall Long Hall, was listed in the National Register of Historic Places on July 23rd, 2013. A previous council and staff did not want to accept this, but now that we've joined in the recognition of these magnificent buildings, Fiesta Hall, Great Hall Long Hall, and our local cultural resources, I think the rightful owner should be the city, and perhaps we can display this at some time in City Hall or in Great Hall Long Hall itself. I thank the majority of the council for pushing this through on the consent calendar. I think some of you, Mr. Erickson, Ms. Shine, Ms. Byers, Ms. Lauren Meister, and maybe Mr. Heilman will come around, when we put a plaque with his name on it as the first council. We really appreciate it. It's a long time coming, and again, important historic cultural resource here in West Hollywood. It's a very special thing, and we thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker is Lynn Hoopengarner, and here she comes, to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Thank you. Lynn Hoopengarner, City of West Hollywood, and thank you for item 2M. So, a sitting city council member had to submit a FOIA request for information the city manager explicitly denied her on a matter that should have been a completely transparent hiring process. Not only that, the city attorney advised him he didn't have to disclose the information. This appears to be the same kind of legal advice given to Clarence Thomas about disclosing millions of dollars in free gifts. Since there's no law that says you can't do what you want, go for it. This is the same lawyer who regularly lectures new commissioners about the Brown Act, perception, and the appearance of impropriety. The mere fact that both of these people actively chose to hide the process and the people involved from both you, the council, and the community means that they knew something they were doing was wrong. By definition, if it was on the up and up, there would be no reason to hide what they were doing. This absolutely reeks of impropriety. They felt it was perfectly acceptable to select a lobbyist with a minimum of 3 active projects in the department to help choose the new director. I have no problem with Jeff Seymour. He is a lovely man. But I'm curious how he was chosen. Why not any of his competitors? Or did Mr. Wilson simply choose the lobbyist with the most projects currently in play? Once again, city staff has told the entire community of West Hollywood, every resident and business owner not represented in the hiring process, for the community development director to go pound sand. To be clear, I had no expectation to be included in this panel. There were others far more qualified. I did, however, have an expectation that the residents of this community would have a voice in the process. The person I probably feel most sorry for is the poor guy who was hired and now is going to have their every decision second-guessed. Are they in the developer's pocket? It sure looks like it from where I'm standing.
Our next speaker is Kathy Blavis, to be followed by Helene Schpack.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. Well, after 12 years, I can finally take off my Protect Plummer Park bracelet. I want to thank Councilmember Erickson for moving the item forward in the first place. I want to thank this council for your consent on this item. I want to thank the Historic Preservation Commission for moving it forward for you. And above all, I really want to thank the community, because 12 years ago, Stephanie Harker and I would have been the sound of one hand clapping. And without the community, we wouldn't be here today. And I really want to emphasize that to community. I really want the community to understand what their power is. If you're organized, if you know what you're doing, if you gather people and you speak the truth, good things can happen. I really also want to acknowledge, in terms of Great Hall Long Hall, the members of ACT UP who for 10 years met at Great Hall Long Hall. For 10 years, they met there to fight the fight for AIDS. That's the major significance for Great Hall Long Hall in terms of our local cultural designation. So I applaud them. Again, I applaud you all. There are so many members of the community that I'd like to call out by name, but then I'd be leaving some people out, but I hope they all know who they are. Again, thank you for this, and you have no idea how good it feels to take this bracelet off. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helene Schpack, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Helene Schpack. I'm currently a resident in Northeast Los Angeles, but for many, many years I lived just a couple blocks north of Plummer Park. I am an ACT UP LA member. I joined shortly after it was formed in December of '87. Remained meeting weekly in the Great Hall until '97. During that time, some of the very positive ripples that we feel now came from the tsunami activism that occurred there. Currently, I am a producer of the ACT UP Los Angeles Oral History Project. So far, we have interviewed 51 people who were ACT UP members or immediately directly involved with ACT UP. From so many of them, we heard them say, Monday nights was like going to church. They were supported, they were loved, accepted, and given a place to show their rage and make change. To this day, for most of them that we speak with, that was probably one of the most eventful periods of their lives, and they're all very proud of their time. So for them, I want to thank Stephanie and Kathy in particular, and for alerting me to their efforts. And I'm very proud that that history that is so integral and tied to West Hollywood will remain a physical place to have that history be. Thank you.
Thank you, Helene. Our next speaker is Steve Martin, to be followed by Alan Strasberg.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. And I just want to really thank Helene, because without her really stepping up to the plate and bringing this whole aspect of the ACT UP history in such a powerful and meaningful way. I mean, I was at a couple of meetings with the Public Facilities Commission and Historic Preservation Commission, and she just brought back so many memories that were so sad, but I just recall with such pride. And I really can't thank her enough, and I think people in the community can't thank Kathy Blavis and Stephanie Harker for all their hard work, for really fighting to preserve Great Hall Long Hall for future generations. Plummer Park is a historic gym that I appreciate that this council is starting to develop a real sense for, and I think we can develop that all in the future. Just moving on, on August 2nd, we had a great national night out on the east side, and we had, 300 people there. We could not have done it without this council's active support. And the fact that you guys over the last couple of years have stepped up to the plate and given us a lot of the resources to make that event happen, I can't tell you how much our neighborhood and our neighborhood watch really appreciate it. It really brings people out, it brings people together. I want to thank all of you for showing up. I want to thank the mayor who worked with Rick Zabur at our raffle, and of course, John Erickson, who volunteered for the dunk tank, who raised a lot of money for the city education fund. You were very popular. You had some competition with some of the go-go boys that came afterwards, but you gave it a good run.
You have a very nice guest bathroom as well. Thank you for letting me change.
Well,
I appreciate it.
I can't take credit for that. But we had, I want to thank Eric Mantos from the Planning Commission who was there and also helped us with our artwork, Andrew Solomon, and Zakiah Wright, who came in second on the pie eating contest. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Alan Strasberg, to be followed by Pat Dixon.
Hi, Alan Strasberg. I'm a 32-year resident of West Hollywood. Yes, my name is Alan Strasberg. I'm a 32-year resident of West Hollywood. I want to say it's hard work to be a resident of this city. It's hard work to be a resident of any city, but particularly here. It takes tenacity and drive and fortitude. Tonight, we get to celebrate something good. We get to celebrate the designation of Great Hall Long Hall as a cultural resource. That park has been part of my life for my entire 32 years here. In fact, before I moved to West Hollywood, I played tennis there. I remember going to an art exhibit at one of the halls. I can't remember which one, but it was Long Hall or Great Hall or a combination of the two. So I just want to thank Kathy Blavis and Stephanie Harker for their hard work over the past 12 plus years and everyone else in the community who pitched in. Kathy and Stephanie are what it means to be a leader and an activist, so I thank them.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker is Pat Dixon, to be followed by Kevin Burton.
Hi, my name is Pat Dixon, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I really came for two reasons. I want to thank, 12 years ago, the plan was to knock down
Pat, can you speak into the microphone so
sorry.
Folks can hear you at home? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. 12 years ago, they were going to knock down Long Hall. They were going to, or move it. Then they were going to build an underground parking structure. And if it wasn't for Stephanie and Kathy, who knows where we would be today? They worked amazing. They were tireless in their dedication to keep Plummer Park for the residents. And I also want to thank Lauren Meister for that wonderful, clear-headed article she wrote about the inner workings of the hiring of the community director. It was disappointing to know what goes on and how we are really kept in the dark about these things. So thank you, Lauren, for your honesty and your clear-headedness. And thank you, Kathy and Stephanie, again, for all your work.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker is Kevin Burton, to be followed by Nicholas Roybal.
Good evening, council members. I'm Kevin Burton, a resident of West Hollywood. I'm with the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. I would like to thank the city for the item brought forward by council members Byers and Meister to host a Transportation Mobility Expo. This is item 6A. I think this is an excellent idea. There's a great need to publicize all of the modes that are alternative to single cars that are available in West Hollywood, and the city has a major role in making those available. This includes public transportation, but also includes making provision for bicycles and scooters on the streets, and very importantly, for pedestrians. And it's critically important that people in the city understand that all of these modes can be combined. You don't have to use a car to get around West Hollywood. or farther afield, you can combine bicycling and bus and rail along with walking, which many people, including myself, do in this city. But a lot of people don't know how to do that. I'm hopeful this expo will promote that. The West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition is producing a video giving instructions on how to load and unload bicycles from buses, because a lot of bicyclists don't know how to do it, and we would be happy to work with the city to provide information for this upcoming expo. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Our next speaker is Nicholas Roybal, to be followed by, and if I mispronounce this, I apologize, Ilham Bunduhi.
Evening Council and West Hollywood. I ground my body and languages in deep respect for the histories and peoples of this city, known and unknown. People who have saved my life. People who daily teach me love and grace and recovery and power as a citizen. I bring all I am, all of who I am, with these words I have for everyone. Why are each of you here? Duty, obligation, community, service, or political ambition? And at what cost to the community? The dam is breached. Public trust erodes daily in this governing body. The duplicitous performances of power by the city manager and city attorney, as well as by some council members, have exposed an erosion of ethics, transparency, and accountability. And it should alarm all in this city and county. The dam is breached. So I ask, why are we a city? Why are we West Hollywood? How many other backdoor dealings have occurred that we don't know? So I'll end with this. Why should we remain a city? Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is Lucien Tudor, and depending on time, possibly Toru Toyokawa. Sure.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Toru Toyokawa from Labo M Restaurant. First, I would like to say thank you to all the city council members, Deputy Manager Jackie, City Architect Rick, for helping us in the permitting process of our patio at Labo M Restaurant. Since the last council meeting, Labo M was able to have meetings with the city members, and the permitting process is moving forward. So thank you very much, council members. Secondly, I would like to talk about the minimum wage of 1908. Minimum wage has increased 23% since the beginning of 2022 to now. Unfortunately, revenue does not go up by 23% year on year in the restaurant businesses. So what happens when the sales is same, the labor cost goes up by 23%, then business will lose money. It's that simple. Labo M had to cut back hours of 1,000 hours per month in order for us to survive. As a result, 10 employees has lost their job. If sales tax credit is a possibility, it would definitely help the business afloat and keep the employment. Please seriously consider the sales tax credit for the struggling restaurant businesses. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Lucian. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm here to tell you my story. I started 13 years ago as a busboy in this company. Today I'm the CEO, and sadly today, because of your political ambitions, I'm forced to change the business model, and I'm laying off every busboy in my restaurant at La Boheme. So people like me with no skill, no education, while not speaking the language, will never have the opportunity to work hard and achieve their dreams. Mayor Sepi Shine, this is a result of your superficial approach to policy and not being open to dialogue. The price of your ambitions is not only paid by those who are losing their jobs, but also by local mom and pop businesses whom you promise to protect in your campaign. Of course, the highest cost of your political aspirations is being paid by our residents, who put you in office believing your only commitment was to make their quality of life better. Having the highest minimum wage in the world, our community today pays the highest prices in the country for basic expenses like groceries. After 32 years of doing business in West Hollywood, La Boheme has never experienced such a challenging financial time. This week, I listed La Boheme for sale. But we are not giving up. We will continue to stand up for and with the community at every city council meeting to make you understand the gravity of the impacts of your policies. We need a revision of minimum wage for tip employees immediately. You have two options. Either reduce the minimum wage for tip employees to $16 per hour, or use the inflated sales tax you have extra in the city and use to help the residents and the businesses who are struggling. Thank you very much.
If everyone could stop. We have other business this evening to get to, so I have one additional speaker for item 2M. We have to hear consent, and then we will end the first public comment period. If you have signed up to speak for general public comment, you will be moved to the second public comment period at the end of the meeting. Virginia Gillick.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Virginia Gillick, City of West Hollywood, 30 years. I forget the rules. I haven't been here in so long. But I just wanted to comment on Plummer Park, and as a resident of Vista Street, I'm just so happy that it's finally done. You know, it's so nice for our city to have some variety, you know, and that's variety of a very beautiful sort. So I just wanted to publicly say thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you, Virginia. Mayor, that was our last speaker for this public comment period.
Thank you so much. We are going to move to the city manager's report. City Manager Wilson, please provide us with your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp, and City Council members. I just have a few items for tonight. As you all know, Hurricane Hillary moved into Southern California as a tropical storm this past weekend. It brought heavy rain and storm conditions to the region and to West Hollywood. I'm happy to report that the impacts in West Hollywood were minimal. Residents, businesses, and community members heeded the call to prepare in advance for the storm. Throughout the weekend, our city employees worked around the clock on a series of emergency preparedness steps that helped to safeguard the community. We offered sandbags, distributed advisory information, created a website for storm updates, posted storm social media alerts, canceled certain programming and shut some facilities, lifted parking regulations, cleared storm drains, and worked with the sheriff, county fire, neighboring cities, LA County utility companies, and our nonprofit service providers to ensure that our residents, businesses, and in-house community members are taken care of. Thank you to everyone on the city staff and our community safety partners for an effective and comprehensive response to the storm and to yesterday's earthquake as well. To review the detailed information related to the storm, visit www.weho.org/storm. And then we actually have a couple of retirements to mention tonight. After more than 17 years with the city, city employee Robert Sasak will be retiring next week. Robert has been a key team member with WehoTV for many years and had done everything from documenting historic events to upgrading the station from video to digital technology. Robert's sense of humor and professionalism have been deeply appreciated by everyone he has worked with, and from elected officials and community members, and even a few professional actors. He has seen many changes in West Hollywood, including major projects such as the construction of this very council chambers, along with the Aquatics and Recreation Center. Robert says the thing that he will remember most is the people he has seen come and go. And so I'd like to thank Robert, who is in the WehoTV control room right now, working on the broadcast, for everything he's done for the city, and wish him well in his retirement. And then I also want to offer my congratulations to Oscar Delgado on his retirement. I've worked with Oscar for over 20 years, from the time he was a parking analyst to a parking manager to director and assistant city manager. Oscar's dedication to this community is undeniable. He's been the chief problem solver for me. He's always coming up with new and innovative solutions. I will miss his institutional knowledge and deep understanding of the city's various constituency groups, but I know his legacy will live on through the many employees and the community members that he has touched over the years. So I wish you well and the best in your retirement, Oscar. And then lastly, I want to thank our community members that came out to speak about the article by Councilmember Meister. I want to apologize to the community members and our council for the recent discussions regarding the recruitment of the CDD director position. I never want to be the community's discussion as city manager. It shouldn't be about me. It's about our community and the essential services we provide for our community members. I especially want to apologize to our city attorney for being drawn into this. Just to clarify, the city attorney was not part of selecting the panel, nor did I have any discussion with her prior to the interviews. She did see the interview panel for the first time the day of the interviews. She has never told me or advised me that the panel was confidential. And so I want to apologize to her. And lastly, I want to apologize to Councilmember Meister for the frustration and disappointment she experienced over the last few weeks related to the recruitment process. The recruitment process has been in place for as long as I've been at the city, but we always can improve. And so I will be requesting that the International City and County Management Association, which is the gold standard for ethics in city management, to review our recruitment practices and assist the city with developing a recruitment policy that will be brought to the City Council for approval. I also look forward to a series of town hall meetings in late September to introduce the new Community Development Director and hear from our community members your goals and visions for the Community Development Department. And that concludes my comments, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Thank you. David, does this city council give you the ability through official action on Brown Acted board and meeting schedules to hire and fire director level individuals?
Yes, as part, yes.
Those conversations have come up in the past, but they've been duly noticed to the public, and the council, past, present, and future, has had that ability to weigh in on whether or not you have that ability, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, we're going to move to the fiscal impact on consent calendar. What is the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar, with the addition of items 5D as in David, 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, 6F, and the removal of item 2N as in Nancy, is $978,148 in expenditures, $1,100 in potential lost revenue, and $19,854 in waived fees. There is a motion and a second. There is a motion from Councilmember Heilman and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Erickson to approve tonight's consent calendar. I will now do a roll call vote. Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Schein.
Aye.
The consent calendar passes. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move to our public hearing for this evening, which is 3A zone text amendment to update replacement requirements of above lower income protected units in new housing projects. The public hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Sure. Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Michelle Montenegro, and I'm a new Associate Planner with the Long Range Planning Division of the Community Development Department. Alongside me, I also have Francisco Contreras, who's also the Long Range Planning Manager. I'll be presenting today on a zone text amendment for the replacement provision, specifically of above lower income protected units in new housing projects. And I will be pulling up the presentation. So this presentation today would cover background in the form of an overview of state legislation, the directive, and then the proposed amendments to our zoning ordinance. So first, I would like to define what are protected units. As of today, state provisions for replacement provisions of new housing development projects require the one-to-one replacement of protected units. Protected units fall into 4 categories. The first is a deed-restricted affordable unit. The second is a unit that's occupied by low or very low income households. The third category is any unit subject to form of rent or price control, and in the city's case, RSO units. Specifically, RSO units that are not having an affordability criteria, so this could be above lower income or lower income units. And then the last category is any of the above units that were also LS'd out within the last 5 years. AB 2556 authorizes a jurisdiction to make an election of above lower income protected units when they are replaced in new housing development projects. Prior to AB 2556, projects were required to have one-to-one replacement specifically for new housing projects that utilize density bonus. However, there were certain gaps in that legislation that AB 2556 addressed, and so therefore a city can decide to make an election on how to replace above lower income units. And to specify, above lower income units is anything that's above 80% area median income or 80% AMI. So the 2 options here are, 1, the unit can return as a deed-restricted affordable unit for at least 55 years, and the second option that can be made is that the unit can return at RSO, and according to the Costa-Hawkins Act, it would be RSO at the market rate for the new housing development project. SB 330, also known as the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, expanded one-to-one replacement provisions beyond housing projects that utilize density bonus to any other housing development project, regardless if they use density bonus or not. It also established certain other housing forward provisions such as no net loss and relocation benefits for tenants. The directive that City Council introduced and adopted as Resolution 2255-64 was a middle-of-the-road approach between the 2 different options. It the City Council elected to replace above lower income RSO units with deed-restricted affordable units up to 35% of the total units of a project, with all other replacement units as RSO. Deed-restricted affordable units utilized for replacement could also be utilized for the affordability requirement and density bonus, as well as any affordable units in the inclusionary ordinance. The City Council resolution directed staff to provide first a ZTA and then follow up with a feasibility study. The feasibility study is to study whether the 35% cap that is proposed would have any undue burden on housing development. All the findings from the study will be presented to the City Council, and any other ZTA will then follow if the City Council would like. The completion of the study is for Q4 of this year. The proposed amendments are two amendments to two different sections of the zoning ordinance. First is 1922-030, also known as our inclusionary ordinance. It would ensure that one-to-one replacement provisions apply to all housing projects rather than those utilizing density bonus. It will also specify the city's election for a 35% cap of deed-restricted affordable and all other units to be RSO. It will also cite 66300 in the State Government Code, also known as Housing Crisis Act of 2019. Therefore, if any other changes or amendments are made to the Government Code, the city is in continued compliance. The second amendment would be 1922-050, also known as our density bonus ordinance. It would remove the replacement provisions here to move to the inclusionary housing ordinance and remove any duplicate language. And that is the final end of our presentation. Staff is open to any questions City Council may have.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions this evening? Councilmember Heilman?
I think
You raised your
Councilmember-
hand, or were you pointing at someone?
No, I was pointing to
I thought he was
Councilmember
raising a
Meister.
hand. I thought I mixed it up.
And I have questions after she's done.
Okay, Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. So according to state law, because we're a rent-controlled jurisdiction, we could require that 100% of the one-for-one replacements of above lower income protected units be affordable units. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the Planning Commission in 2019 voted unanimously to make them 100% affordable. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the council majority in 2022, with me voting no, directed staff to make that number 35% affordable rather than 100%, and the rest being rent stabilized. Although by rent stabilized, that means that they start at market rate rents.
Correct.
Is that correct? Which could be like $3,500 a month for a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment. So the staff report says no more than 35%. I don't remember that being the case. I remember it being 35% that my colleagues had voted on, that I objected to because I wanted 100%. Under what first of all, I just want to confirm that council said no more than 35%, or is staff proposing no more than 35%?
Staff is proposing what City Council directed. So if the language reads 35%, a developer can choose to provide above that, and staff would not, the amendment to the code would not be in contradiction to that.
But is there a minimum percentage? Because
Yes,
you
the
have
minimum
in
is
the report
30.
no more than 35%. So what is the minimum percentage?
Apologies. The minimum would be 35% as deed restricted, with any other units to follow afterwards as RSO. So we can change the language in case, if that would be more clear.
Well, no more than 35% means it could be less than 35%. So my other question was going to be under what circumstances could that number be less than 35%? So you're saying that it wouldn't be less than 35%. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So the lower replacement unit housing development analysis, which council requested, was not done prior to the Planning Commission vote on this CTA, the most recent Planning Commission vote regarding this CTA. Why not?
The direction in the resolution for City Council was that we prepare the ZTA first, carry that through the public hearing process, and then also to follow with the feasibility study. So the timing was that the ZTA was ahead before we started the feasibility study with our consultant.
Okay, thank you.
So I also had a question, and thank you for this. It seems like the amendment is necessary for us to be in compliance with state law. So, and it's something that we actually have to do. The study, what is your estimated time on when that study would be completed?
We estimate another additional 2 to 3 months before completion.
I think, you know, I guess this is a comment and not really a question. I think we all want to maximize the number of affordable units that we get, but I think having that study completed is very important, because we don't want to have affordability requirements that make these projects unfeasible. So from a development standpoint, if we have so many requirements, just no housing will be built at all. So I want to see what that study says, and hopefully it will inform us about what is the maximum number of affordable units, whether they're deed restricted or rent controlled units. What is the maximum we can extract without making these projects so cumbersome for the developer that nothing gets built? So I'm hoping that that study can be expedited, and we'll have that information before we have to do anything further with this. But thank you.
Councilmember Byers, do you have any questions?
No, I think Councilmember Heilman covered the concerns I had just regarding the timeline and the sort of parallel processing that we have to do tonight, but I'm clear on what our directive is.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? All right, my questions were covered too. So do we have public comment on this item?
Yeah, Mayor, we have one speaker.
Thank you.
Rick Watts.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. I'd like to thank Councilmember Meister and Councilmember Heilman for their particular concern on this issue. Councilman Heilman's involvement in rent stabilization and protection of affordable housing in this city goes back to the city's very founding, and actually prior to that. It's no secret that we need to have a lot more housing built simply to accommodate the number of people coming into the city, and also to replace housing that ages out. But we lose a lot of affordable housing in this city, both to the aging out of process as the housing stock ages, and also to the Ellis Act, as landlords decide to do something more profitable. And now we're faced with something called tenancies in common, and multiple other schemes that we keep losing affordable units to. And of course, every time that somebody dies or moves out of a unit that they've been in for quite a while, that rent resets to something that is certainly not going to be affordable by most people's standards. So I think that the city needs to do whatever they can. I echo what Councilwoman Meister said. We need to do whatever we can to maximize whatever we can extract from developers without disincentivizing the development so much that they don't get built. But we have vacant properties in this city that and I'm thinking right now of 1280 Sweetser Avenue that has been sitting vacant for years, among several others.
Rick.
Those drag down property rates, and they drag down property values.
Rick, I think your time is up.
I apologize.
No.
It's not switched over to Granicus, so you didn't hear the speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that was our only speaker.
Thank you. I will will now close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Would one of my colleagues like to start the discussion, or are we ready to make a motion, including to close the public hearing? Councilmember Meister. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to just reiterate that one of the purposes of this particular state law was to give rent-stabilized cities the ability to protect its rent-stabilized units. So it actually says, you know, those units that are above, you can make 100% of them affordable units, or any percentage of it can be affordable and then the rest rent-stabilized. The reason that the Planning Commission in 2019 voted unanimously for the 100% affordable is because they realized that rent-stabilized units aren't necessarily affordable, especially when today those rents are starting out at $2,500, $3,000, $3,500, $4,000 a month. So this was a way, actually a tool for cities like ours to actually protect units that had affordable rents. Maybe they weren't affordable units, but they had rents that were affordable. So if you had 11 units, for example, in a building, and you could say four of them out of the 11, or I'm just making up these numbers, but based on the 35%, only 4 of them would be affordable. The others, whatever the balance is, you're saying, well, we're okay with rent stabilized, but the problem is that they would be starting at $3,500 a month, so they're not affordable. So I understand the idea that you think that this disincentivizes development, but this actually is a tool for us to use to protect our existing rent stabilized housing where the rents are actually affordable, and those tenants who would otherwise be displaced are able to remain in those units. In other words, if a developer, if it doesn't pencil out for them, then the units will just stay units that are affordable. And I think that's the tool that we didn't have before that we are lucky to have now. Now, I personally would prefer that we say that all of those above those protected units that we require 100% affordable, just as the Planning Commission in 2019 voted on or recommended. But I will say that if you're not up for that one, if you would consider 50%, because as we do in inclusionary housing, most times we have 50% are moderate income, 50% are low income units for inclusionary units. So to me, I think that would make more sense. And then we'll look at the study that is done in October or November, and we'll see where it pans out, but at least you have something that actually aligns with how we are doing how we were doing inclusionary units before the state started throwing all these things at us. So that's my argument, and thank you for listening.
Councilmember Byers, do you have any?
Yeah, I'm just curious where the number 35% came from. How did we get to 35% when we got there?
That was the number that was proposed by City Council in the original resolution. Staff did propose that cap, but it was uncertain whether that was based in any data. I think it was just a compromise, so it doesn't have any original kind of intention behind it.
Yeah, I think it was a compromise at the city council meeting between the council members in order to move the item forward, and with the intent that hopefully the study may provide a little bit more insight, but we just wanted to have, just expedite the incorporation of the zone text amendment language into the code, just so that it was certain for developers coming through the pipeline that they knew what the rules were. So, which is the intent today to just get the rules in place so that everybody knows what's expected, and that with the results of the study, we can then refine or tweak moving forward.
I'm going to comment on this. I remember this item. Staff actually gave us a chart, I believe, with a breakdown of different percentages and how your thoughts on how it would affect development. It wasn't just a compromise made out of poof out of nowhere by city council members. It was based on information that was provided to us. Because if it's poof out of nowhere, then Councilmember Meister's idea sounds great to me. But it was actually based on data that, and then we said we want a feasibility study because staff was not confident on the numbers. So it was based on information given to us at the time, which is why we wanted the feasibility study done, because we do want to make sure that what we do is a balance on development happening, but also protecting our residents and those in affordable housing and rent stabilized units as much as we could without completely making West Hollywood a place where nothing ever gets developed.
I think there's a motion.
Councilmember Heilman.
Yeah, Mayor, I wasn't on the council when this was decided, but I think staff is correct that we need something in place. And I think what is before us now is, it's a compromise that was based on information. I'm certainly open to Councilmember Meister's suggestion, but I'm not willing to do it tonight until we have the results of the study. And I think that's playing around with housing policy without that kind of information is very dangerous, and I think it could result in unintended consequences. So I'm prepared to move the item as it is with the understanding that I'm open to reconsideration once we have the study before us.
Councilmember Heilman, will you add direction in there? Would you be open to adding direction that once a feasibility study is back, that within a certain definite time this comes back to us instead of leaving it open, maybe within 60 days of the feasibility study results?
Will that give staff enough time to bring this, to notice it and bring it forward to us? And Melissa, chime in.
I would say if we don't have to take it to the Planning Commission first, then we could bring it to council within 60 days.
And it would have to be noticed again for a public hearing. Will that be enough time?
Correct. So we'll adopt it now, and then when is the feasibility study? When do we
At the latest, November.
November. Okay. So maybe the second meeting in December, we could do this, or the second meeting in January.
I think that's more likely.
Okay, and then Lauren's trying to chime in.
I just wanted to ask a question. Is your expectation when the feasibility study comes back to change it that night, or then send another zone text amendment to Planning Commission to change the code? Because they do have to review revisions to the zoning ordinance before they're adopted if they didn't consider it.
Well, maybe they can give us a copy of the feasibility study in December, and it could be noticed for a public hearing in January.
So we could,
and if that's agreeable, I'll make that part of my motion.
we could provide the feasibility study to council as a consent calendar item. Then it could go to Planning Commission, and then it could come to council at the second meeting in January. Okay.
Is the motion 35% rather than no more than 35%?
The motion is staff's recommendation, yes.
Recommendation?
Correct. I do want to clear the original question. I apologize for misunderstanding. Up to 35% is in the case that replacement provisions don't reach 35% to begin with. So that was that specific phrase. I apologize for misunderstanding.
Can that be clear in the ZTA?
We can definitely do that.
Is there language you want to change? Because we should do it now if we're going to adopt the ordinance.
For the resolution,
So the concept is the original lower income replacement units get at a certain percentage, and then if you're not to 35, these above lower income replacement units would get you to 35. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it says up to 35% of the total units in the proposed project. Councilmember Meister, is that not clear?
I thought it was supposed to be 35% of the protected units. So if you say up to 35%, I'm not sure what you're even talking about now, whether you're talking about total units or protected units. Because I seem to remember that the discussion was when we were just discussing the protected units that weren't low, but were above income, that would be 35% affordable, and then the balance would be rent stabilized of those protected units that are above low income.
Right, and so I think we're always going to be at 20% because we have an inclusionary ordinance. So we're talking about getting to a maximum of 35% affordable for the project. So 35% affordable, whether they're coming from all the replacement units, so that the project is not going to be more than 35% affordable based on these requirements.
So then what is it, what is the requirement for the balance of those protected units? Does it say it in there that they will be rent stabilized?
Yes. Yes, it says, all remaining units subject to replacement shall be subject to Title 17 of this code. Okay. And when it comes back, we could probably even make it, it's a complicated concept, all this replacement. So we could probably make it even better. I think this was done to get, the resolution was done to get something in place.
Right,
Now
to make sure developers knew what was expected.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are we changing section 1A?
I don't think we need to.
Okay. So everything will remain the same. Okay. So there is a motion from Councilmember Heilman and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Erickson to introduce on first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood adopting amendments to Title 19 zoning ordinance of the City of West Hollywood Municipal Code to update replacement requirements of above lower income protected units in new housing projects, with additional direction that once the feasibility study is completed, that it is provided to the City Council as a consent calendar item. And then once it has gone to Planning Commission and they have approved it, that the ZTA will, or the zone text amendment, clarifying for the public, comes to council at the second meeting in January. Is that the motion on the floor? Okay. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Schein.
Aye.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Councilmember Meister.
All right, before we move on to unfinished business, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and then meet back at 7:41 p.m.
Mayor, can we combine 5A and 5B?
Yes, we can combine 5A and 5B.
Thank you. Same staff, yeah.
Please take your seats. We are going to restart our meeting. We're moving on to unfinished business, item 5A and 5B, the update on the Santa Monica Boulevard bike lane study and related contract approval, as well as update on Fountain Avenue protected bike lanes project implementation and related contract approval are being combined, and we are not going to have a staff presentation because of the combining the two. So we will do my colleagues, without presentation, do my colleagues have any questions from staff about these? Yes. Yes, Councilmember Meister.
I didn't know, Councilmember Heilman had his name up, I don't know. Was that?
Okay, so I'm running the meeting, yes. Okay, I'm running the meeting.
Okay, I'm
Councilmember
just
Meister, you
checking.
go ahead, thank you.
Okay.
Great.
All right, so my questions are, first, what you had in the staff report on 5B on Fountain that you sent out 13,000 mailers. Did you have a response to the mailers that you sent?
I don't have that number with me tonight, but we had a pretty good return on those 1,300 mailers.
I'm sorry?
I do not have an exact number on those the number of returns, but there were pretty good, significant returns on those mailers.
On the 13,000 mailers, and but was it a positive response or a negative response or neutral or both or? I'm not talking about the survey, I'm talking about the mailers.
Yeah, so the mailers were mailed out notifying residents of the project website and information where they could go and take the surveys and everything else. So there were no direct response from the mailers to staff.
Got it. And can you tell me again how many cars per day average on Fountain and how many bikes per day?
So on Fountain, on a typical day, it ranges from 32 to 37,000 vehicles per day. Bicycles, it ranges from 35 to 145 bicycles per day.
Okay, and can you tell me, has that number changed much from, like, say, 5 years ago?
I believe these numbers were from 5 years ago, 2017, yes.
Okay, so we don't have any new numbers.
Not since COVID, because COVID kind of put a dent in everything. So we will be doing another citywide traffic counts, including pedestrians and bicycles.
Okay, and then you said there are about 150 parking spaces that are going to be removed from the north side of Fountain, right?
Correct.
And so those residents who will be displaced, which is potentially 150 residents, how nimble is staff going to be to fix that situation?
So we did do almost a week-long worth of parking utilization surveys, and we looked at the number of vacant spaces on the side streets and also on the south side of Fountain. And based on those surveys, we feel that those spaces can cover the 150 that would be removed. Now, caveat is that it's just on paper right now, and so that's why we want to do the pilot phase 1 to really get a good understanding of where we need parking deficiencies, and so we can, approach them with mitigation measures or free up other parking spaces if
So
available.
now some of the side streets have permit parking, isn't that right?
Correct.
So are those people, how are you going to give permits so that those people can park on some of those side streets?
Yeah, we're going to work with parking to figure that out. We haven't figured out everything yet, but that's on our list of, that's actually one of the priorities is the parking situation there.
Okay. And then at 4 p.m., isn't there no parking on some of the blocks of Fountain? Has that been taken into consideration?
Yes, so with the proposed configuration, there would be no peak hour parking on Fountain. So on the south side of Fountain, you can park there at any time of the day.
Okay. On page 12 of attachment C on 5B, you have a table that includes auto volume change. And it says that the Fountain traffic will decrease by 900 vehicles per hour, and Sunset will increase up to 400 vehicles per hour, and Santa Monica Boulevard will increase up to 250 vehicles per hour. So the Sunset and the Santa Monica Boulevard increase, that totals 650 vehicles per hour. So where are the other 200 vehicles per hour going?
Great question. Some of them will divert to other arterials, so it could be Melrose or something, further south. There's also what happens when you do these type of capacity reduction is that some of the trips, some of the discretionary trips may not happen. So if someone were, let's say, to go to the gym or shopping, they might decide to go in a different time. So the numbers that you see there on the attachment, they were forecasted using our transportation model. And it's just to give us an idea of how traffic would shift. Some of them will shift to Sunset. Most of them will shift to Sunset and Santa Monica, but there will be some trips that won't be made or shift elsewhere.
So does that shift on Santa Monica Boulevard take into consideration that you may be adding a bike lane on Santa Monica Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And then have the changes that we've made to Fountain in the last few years, have they been working?
Pretty good, but they're very localized fixes, so it doesn't address the corridor issue, but just isolated locations.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Heilman? Okay, Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. With regards to Fountain, how much of Fountain is currently out of ADA compliance?
We're estimating 80% of the sidewalks are currently ADA or sub-ADA compliant.
Okay. And can you describe the Los Angeles side of Fountain Avenue, or where the road in West Hollywood ends and Los Angeles picks up?
So our boundary is at La Brea. So as you travel eastbound, once you pass La Brea, it's city of Los Angeles. And Fountain Avenue within Los Angeles is a 2-lane local road with on-street parking.
And the priority bus lane, I asked this of you earlier today, but there is a stop right at the Fountain La Brea intersection, is that right?
Correct.
I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
How much of the 32,000 to 37,000 cars a day on Fountain are statistically not people that live in West Hollywood?
Based on our last analysis, 64% are pass-through traffic.
64% of the, let's say, 37,000 people. We'll just go highest numbers because I know the staff report goes pretty high. So 64% of the people are using our street. And do we have an average speed count for the typical trip on Fountain?
It varies during daytime and nighttime. Obviously, during daytime it's pretty congested, so the speeds are not that fast necessarily. But nighttime, I think we do have a speeding problem on Fountain.
And by chance, and I can't remember because I didn't think I was going to ask this question, but now I am. Do you remember off chance how many speeding tickets were given on Fountain? I'll pull up the number, never mind, forget that question. I have it in my notes somewhere, but I think it was somewhere around it was a very high number the last time. Additionally, to piggyback on what Councilmember Meister said, with the decrease of cars and the increase of them on certain streets, do we know how many people would shift down to Melrose or Beverly?
We do have those numbers, but they're not very significant.
How many are they?
I have to look. I don't want to misquote.
And thank you. And traditionally, if people are using software like Waze or Maps or whatever it is, specifically Waze, for example, it will divert you away from highly congested streets down to the next freest or clearest route, usually, right?
Yeah, I believe that's how Waze work.
Yeah, so like, for example, if Uber drivers or Lyft drivers are seeing Fountain, for example, or Santa Monica or Sunset are booked, they might just reroute you to Melrose or Beverly regardless.
Assuming Melrose and Beverly is open, yeah.
Yes, that's a very good point. How much was the construction on Melrose Boulevard to increase the sidewalks?
I don't want to misquote, but
it's like what, $22 million total to do all the construction on Melrose that we're doing? It was I think it's a high number if I'm not correct, right? Right. 20 to 30, thank you. And then in regards to the width of the streets based on Fountain, for example, is it comparable to the width of other streets that go through West Hollywood? For example, the construction on Melrose, is that comparable to what would happen on Fountain in the future?
Fountain is a little more complicated than Melrose because the right-of-way ranges from 40 feet to 60 feet. And that's the complexity that Fountain poses for us to design, because we have to really go block by block to figure out what we can or can't fit. So that makes it a little more difficult than Melrose, I would say, in comparison.
Yeah, but I would add that what we are kind of exploring now is really a streetscape enhancement project, which kind of goes above, just the incorporation of bicycle lanes. So similar to the Melrose project, we are expanding sidewalks, we are adding additional amenities, landscaping, street furniture, and all of these other amenities that we don't currently have. So, making some of those parallels to the Melrose Avenue, that you may see that type of construction activity in order to bring us up to compliance and up to the current regulations.
How many improvement projects have been done on the west side of West Hollywood versus the east side? And I say this as an equity conversation, right? I remember the Santa Monica sidewalk widening project, the Melrose project, multiple other ones, but have we ever endeavored to improve the sidewalks or the street minus the additional crosswalks and other safety measures, of course, in a measure like we are doing here ever before? Or is this the first of its kind?
We've been working on Willoughby, Vista Gardner, and they're mainly on the east side. That project will be coming to you shortly as well. I guess I don't have an exact number, but I would say more projects of this type has been happening on the west side than east side.
Thank you. And the sharrows on Fountain Avenue allow you to take up the full lane, but most bikers may not take that advantage because of parking or people within the lane. Because most of the time, to piggyback on what Councilmember Meister was saying, and I live right by this section, from 4 to 7, it's 2 lanes on each side that are pretty smooth sailing, but at 7 p.m., I know my neighbor does it, parks right outside. I can't believe his car's still in one shape sometimes, but that kind of takes away that kind of share lane, and people are in those ways. So bikers might not feel safe using that lane, correct? Because there's no dedicated bike lane, really. It's just a share route.
I guess some riders may find that more of a stressful situation.
Thank you. I find it stressful just as a person. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for this one. Thank you.
Do anyone else, any other colleagues have any more questions? Okay, I don't have any questions. So are there any public comments on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 3 speakers for this item. The first speaker is Kelly Polarski, to be followed by Peter Spire.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Polarski, and I'm a proud new member of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. Thank you for having me here tonight. I joined this group to support bicycle and micromobility, advocacy, safety, and all the benefits that come with a less car-centric and more people-centric state of mind. All things from transportation equities, safety for all road users, fantastic flexible mobility options for quick trips, cleaner air, healthy bodies, all the benefits. I'm here on behalf of the coalition to express our absolute gratitude for the analysis efforts that have been done so far, and also to strengthen our support for these efforts. We cannot thank the commissioners enough for the example that they're setting in prioritizing safe and healthy transportation alternatives. All the time that's been spent reviewing options, drafting scopes, reviewing reports, sending comments. As you know, the benefits of these improvements have been proven time and time again. So thank you for understanding how critical this is to the forward-thinking well-being of our cities and the people in them.
Thank you, Kelly. Our next speaker is Peter Spire, to be followed by Rick Watts.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Peter Spire. I'm a member of the WehoTV Bicycle Coalition, and I just want to thank you guys for moving forward with 5B. I think it's extremely important. I biked here today from Fountain, and I take that route every single day. I'm one of the 150, but I guarantee you, if you make this bike lane happen there, there'll be many more than that. I know my wife would love to bike. She's frightened to get on Fountain, and it's really the one stretch of road that we need to get around town. I have to take it every day. I white knuckle it, you know. And you guys, both, you guys were up there. You know what Fountain's like. So, you know, we really appreciate that. I mean, I know the bike share has been in place, but really, it doesn't really work. I mean, it's a good idea. I don't think most people recognize what it means, or, you know, but I do appreciate the effort that you guys did to make that happen. But we do really need these bike lanes. They will be very helpful to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Our final speaker in chambers is Rick Watts, and then we'll move to the one speaker in Zoom.
Thank you, Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. As Councilmember Meister noted, my understanding is that there would be about 150 parking places, 150 residents whose vehicles would be displaced from being able to park on Fountain if 5B is passed, to accommodate anywhere from 35 to 150 bicyclists. The cars that would be displaced by putting this in place as I understand it, I seem to recall it was like 250 to the north, and it's several hundred vehicles per hour, I think it was. I think the priorities are wrong on this. We already know, as far as diverting, you think you're going to divert traffic down to Melrose? Ain't going to happen. Melrose is already bad enough. Santa Monica Boulevard is bad enough in the afternoons. Sunset, to a lesser degree, you may end up diverting a certain amount, but I think you're being penny wise and pound foolish in pursuing this. And as far as the residents whose vehicles are displaced, you may have identified about 150 parking spaces over multiple blocks and streets, but finding those spaces open, people are going to be having to drive around and round and round and round to find one of those spaces oftentimes. So I think it's penny wise and pound foolish, so I oppose 5B. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We have one additional speaker in chambers. Stephanie Harker, you walked away too fast.
Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I have the same concerns as I had when I spoke on Zoom actually last time. And I don't know that I found the problems having been looked at more carefully. Those about the left-hand, right-hand turn lanes into, or how many buildings along Fountain have multiple family dwellings, the apartment buildings along there, and people trying to turn in and out of their driveways. I don't know if that has been resolved or how that could be resolved, because you will be constantly turning across a bike lane, which means the bikes would have to stop while you, and the possibility of accidents seems to me would go up. And how many driveways are along there, which would mean also that's where the trash bins are put out and the dumpsters are put out. And on those days, there would be traffic backed up until the trash folks pick up their bins. And as we all know, it's a very slow process because they have to stop for each building. Have all of these questions been addressed? And are they going to be addressed? I think when Councilmember Meister asked staff last time, how many driveways are there? We didn't have a number, which seems odd to me if you're going to do a study on how many parking places and things. How many driveways are there should be a fairly easy one to come up with. But I just don't think, I love the idea of bicycles. I don't know if it's for a dense city. I don't know how you're going to get the people out of the cars and on a bike, but thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. We will now move to our speaker in Zoom.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Genevieve, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. We agree we need bike lanes, and we want to support this in a way that makes sense. But right now, we don't feel it does make sense in certain areas. We understand the need for protected bike lanes. What we're struggling to understand is why the city would spend so much money to develop bike lanes for areas that are not conducive to safety in our community than bicycle accessibility. What we've already learned from studies to date is that on Santa Monica Boulevard, east of City Hall, we can't widen the streets and we can't take anything away from the sidewalks. If we can't widen an area for protected bike lanes and the sidewalks can't be touched because they're already too narrow, then why spend the money to study this? If the point is to provide bicycles a safe means of street travel, why would we consider unprotected lanes? You removed an out zone on the grounds of it being an unsafe location, safety which can be controlled by how it is safely located and built. But please don't look at the elimination of out zones east of the city as just only numbers and businesses, as there is only a couple on the east side. These are small business, family-owned and independent, and they are closing by the minute. You should care about this. We should all care about them. We support getting people out of their cars and being multimodal, but we are concerned about the removal of parking spaces for a demand that is unknown. Let's be thoughtful about how we implement these measures. Let's accommodate what our market demand is, as well as based on what our infrastructure allows, not some fantasy that if you build it, they will come. I ask you, is it urgent that you must do this now? Is it worth it to continue to disrupt the community with construction and parking reductions, devastate the small businesses we have left? Let Santa Monica businesses have their outcomes while it can still make a difference to their survival. Please pause and help us to be the city that puts its businesses and residents first. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Mayor, that was our only speaker on Zoom for this item.
Thank you. All right. Would one of my colleagues like to start the discussion, or are we ready to make a motion?
Happy to.
Councilmember Byers.
Sure. It's been a little challenging to look at these as two things together, so I'll just start with the fountain. I think before us we have an opportunity to transform one of the most dangerous roads in our community into a space that will really live out some of the more fullest of our values. I, in this report, see so much more than bike lanes. I really think of this as long needed improvements. Hearing that Fountain has been 80% under EDA compliance is devastating. To think of the hardship folks have experienced trying to navigate such narrow sidewalks against such rush of traffic. I really think that the sidewalk expansion plus bike lanes create a whole new way of interpreting and thinking about Fountain. And I think it's been long overdue. I had been really rigid in thinking about this as just bike lanes, but in thinking of the landscape additions, the widening of sidewalks, just really what it will feel like to move through Fountain, I think we're talking about rebuilding a neighborhood that has long become a highway and a really unsafe space. I think about what it'll mean to connect the south and north parts of Fountain when people don't feel like they're running for their lives, but instead running to a part of their life that they haven't felt so connected to across the street there. So I think it's a really amazing opportunity we have. And what I was really excited about knowing that these are costly streetscape improvements is that we have an opportunity to do this in partnership with Metro. Is that right? Nearly $2 million, the majority of the costs of this project are coming through Metro Measure M sub-regional program grants. So this is tremendous, and we can't just look at these things as not needed investments, but opportunities we have to make regional improvements that have been long called for. So I think this is long overdue. I'm really excited to see us move forward with Fountain. And I just want to also say that in hearing how traffic will be diverted, I think this is a good thing, and a business community should be really welcoming of this. There aren't many businesses on Fountain, and knowing that the bulk of our commuter traffic will be encouraged to go through Sunset, Melrose, Santa Monica, where more of our businesses live, I believe that this is a good thing in the long run for those businesses. So I'm ready to move forward with support for Fountain, and if I have to circle back and say more about Santa Monica, I will.
Thank you. I do have a question from staff. I didn't see any updates on part of the direction we gave on the Fountain Avenue item, which was for you to look at, kind of give some idea of what alternative parking you were going to bring forth. We talked about near Palmer Park.
So it will be part of the next phase of the study.
Okay, great. And how many total parking spots are there? No, total parking spots total.
On the
Not the
north?
150 that's going to be taken away, but just parking spots.
So there's 150 on the north side, and I believe on the south side, there are approximately 200.
That
Like
are being-
like 190 something. Right.
That are being removed?
No. So the 150 on the north side is being removed, and that's the only parking that's being removed. The south side is staying.
Okay. Of the 200.
Correct.
So 200 on the south side.
It's really tricky because these spaces are not marked, so we have to measure them, and then, say an average car is 15 feet long, and that's how we get the spaces. But in reality, if you have 2 Hummers, you can fit 5, smart cars. So it depends on how you look at it. So these are just approximation of parking spaces. it's the best we can do with what we have right now.
You said the north side is what's getting removed?
The north side has less parking, so we figured that's less impactful, yes.
And that's the span of where to where?
La Cienega to La Brea.
Okay. Thank you. Other colleagues that actually want to, I did want to ask those questions, but any Councilmember Meister, do you want to?
So well, I have a number of comments, but first of all, the feasibility study that had been done by Fair and Peers, which we paid a good amount of money for, was really inadequate. We didn't get any answers. We were told those answers would come when we did construction documents, and construction documents, as we saw in the staff report, are like $450,000. And when we could do a design, what do they call it? A design something or other, which costs maybe $100,000, where you actually have someone not doing construction documents, but actually trying to figure out where infrastructure is going, where fire hydrants are going, where streetlights are going. It's a schematic design. And that's how you tell feasibility, and that's not what Fair and Peers did. And when I asked staff why the word pilot was not in this staff report, which is what we had asked for, it was because it was going to be too expensive really to call it a pilot, and there would have to be all these changes, and these changes are basically permanent changes. So to undo them is going to be very costly. Now, what I do want to say is I don't disagree with Mayor Pro Tem Erickson. I do think attention has to be given to Fountain, but if it's going to be a streetscape project, then it should be treated like a streetscape project. When we had the streetscape project on Melrose, we had a steering committee, we had community outreach, and the steering committee were, residents and businesses that were stakeholders, and we had community outreach with the community members who live, around that area, and then there could be a whole conversation about what this community wants in terms of landscaping, sidewalks, bike lanes, and determine then what is feasible and what is not feasible. A streetscape plan or project is much more comprehensive than what's being offered to us here. So here, there's no overall vision. It's just, we're going to try this, but we're not going to call it a pilot. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to try that. And then, what we're going to have is just guesses and reactions to bad guesses. So I think that we should consider a streetscape project. That's what we should be looking at. But we need to then do it in a way that we do streetscape projects. And that, again, starts with architects and planners and steering committee and community outreach to actually have the community figure out what they want and to make the whole project a better project and a more cohesive project than to be doing this pieces parts. Let's take off the parking spaces, let's put in the lane, let's restripe. Uh-oh, it's not working, they can't get the garbage trucks through. We have to change the striping. Nope, we want to move those sidewalks. And that's the other thing. We need to look at, we have competing interests here. When we widen the sidewalks, that means we're going to have less room for something else. So I just think that I agree that we need to put money to the east side and to Fountain. And Fountain is a beautiful street and can be a really beautiful street. But I think that it should be done right. And I don't think that this is the way to go about it. And to be honest, when Fair and Peers came here last time, I was not impressed with them. They couldn't answer questions that they should have been able to answer. So I can't support this at this moment, but if council wanted to look at a streetscape project with what we do with streetscape projects as being the process, that I would be totally on board with. And in terms of Santa Monica Boulevard bike lanes, I would just suggest that we figure out Fountain and then worry about Santa Monica, because we probably, if we can get Fountain figured out, we could probably have pick a street that goes down to Santa Monica where the Santa Monica lanes do exist, which go into Beverly Hills, which already have bike lanes. So that's my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman, do you have any?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo something that Councilmember Meister said, and that is that we actually have two items before us. We have Fountain and Santa Monica, and I think it is time for the council to make a decision. It doesn't make sense to me to be talking about putting in bike lanes on both of those streets when they're essentially parallel with one another. And, you know, if you're on a bike, the distance between the two of them is not that great. So I think rather than going forward with both studies, it makes sense to only go forward with one. I do have a lot of concerns, and I know the conversation has been focusing primarily on Fountain. As somebody who has lived, you know, one building south of Fountain and now live at the intersection of Fountain and La Cienega, I certainly know the traffic issues, and I know the sidewalk issues there. I just have a lot of concerns. One of the speakers talked about how the benefits have been proven time and time again. And I have to say I don't agree with that. I look at places where bike lanes have been put in the city of Los Angeles. There are bike lanes now, protected lanes from Olympic to Venice on San Vicente. There are a lot of bike lanes as well by USC that are protected. And as somebody who takes that route frequently, they're not being used. And they were put in at a substantial cost to the city. I would love for us to be a city like, you know, Copenhagen or, you know, other cities where, or Amsterdam, where biking is the primary mode of transportation. But I don't think it's going to be that in Los Angeles, given the vast distance that people commute. I also want to respond to Councilmember Byers' comments about rebuilding a neighborhood. As I said, I've lived near Fountain for a long time. I don't think that it is going to be rebuilt as a neighborhood if we go forward with this project. I don't think it's ever actually functioned as a neighborhood, both sides of Fountain. I also think if we're talking about doing something for the neighborhood, we really need to engage the neighborhood. And there are plenty of people along Fountain who are adamantly opposed to this project because they're concerned about the construction, they're concerned about the loss of 150 parking spaces because they don't have parking in their building. They're concerned about how are they going to get in and out of their driveways. And I don't think the survey that has been done previously really was the worst thing that can be done in terms of a survey. It has the primary bias of self-selection. So people who have a strong feeling will respond to the survey. And we didn't even have the ability to determine whether the people were all individual and independent individuals responding. So that to me shouldn't be the basis for our decision. So my idea is that if we're going to focus on a bike lane, we need to do it on one street or another. it likely should be Fountain. We should do a lot more than just be looking at bike lanes. We should be, as Councilmember Meister said, really making this a streetscape design project addressing a whole range of issues. And with that, I would be willing to go a little bit further in the study. I also want to just point out, so the public is aware, this is not pocket change we're talking about. We're talking about 5 to 10 million just for phase 1 and potentially 35 to 45 million dollars for phase 2. That is a substantial amount of money, and we should be pretty confident that it's going to work before we move forward with this. And then finally, I wanted to respond to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Erickson's, I guess, implication that we haven't been spending money on the east side. I would just point out that our redevelopment agency was on the east side. All of the buildings that have been newly built on the east side are the product of that redevelopment agency, including the Gateway Center, including all of the apartment buildings, the Domain and the Huxley, and all of that was the result of the city concentrating redevelopment dollars in that particular area. So those are my comments.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions. These are maximum costs, not actual costs, correct?
These are very high-level cost estimates. The next phase will tell us exactly how much these will cost. We'll get a much more accurate cost estimate after we do the PS&E.
Thank you. How much did the Santa Monica street widening project cost? Does anyone remember?
I don't have that figure.
I'm guessing it was a lot of money.
It was also 25 years ago.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. But then that cost Melrose, I'm trying to say that I'm guessing it was a high number.
Yeah, I'm not even sure who was around at that time. Oscar, you?
Oscar. $26 million. Oscar, God bless you. 26 million plus 22 million for Melrose is $48 million, and I think we're having a conversation. Are there currently any charging stations like there are on the east side of Santa Monica, on the south side of the street by the lot that people can charge their e-cars? Are there anything like that on Fountain Avenue?
No,
I don't believe so.
But the ability to redesign or relook at Fountain Avenue would allow us to implement those types of things potentially for residents on Fountain that have e-cars, correct? Because some landlords, and I look at my friend in the audience, Rick Watts, who's a very adamant e-charger person in his building, but I won't use your personal example, but there are certain residents whose landlords won't install things like that, so they have to rely on public service. And so I say these things have added benefit. Additionally, these are just studies, you're not going out and taking away someone's parking spot tomorrow.
No.
No. Best case scenario, Francisco Bob, use your magic timeline. When would that process even begin?
Yeah, so we do have a timeline in the staff report, just a sort of general overview. I think if things were to go according to the proposed schedule, construction really wouldn't start until sometime in
early 2025.
Early 2025, yeah.
Thank you.
Q1 2025.
So roughly 3 years from now. And because it's city government, we know it will be longer. Not because you don't work efficiently, but we all know how government works. What type of engagement have you done with our boards and commissions, the mobility task force? You've been to them. This has been on their agenda, what, 3-4 times now?
Yeah, I want to say we visited the Transportation Commission at least 2 or 3 times.
And the response from the survey, the 13,000 mailers that went out, was to people to take that survey. Additionally, that came out around, what, 66% of people in favor of it?
Roughly, yes.
Roughly, okay. Thank you so much for that. Do we know how many of the cars along Fountain, the 150 or those, I know they're parking spaces, but I'm thinking of them as individual cars, are potentially second cars that would be displaced versus singular cars? For example, in my building, we have 1 car per spot, and you can't have a second car, or you have to apply for a city permit. Do we have, is there a way for us to ascertain any of that information from landlords or property owners? I know we're looking at decoupling rent from parking and all that stuff.
Yeah, we don't have that number, but we have to go and ask to get that number.
Thank you. Okay. So here's a couple of things. Thank you very much for staff. Thank you to the public. I think this is a very much needed conversation. Thank you to everyone who's been engaged in this process. As you will probably all not be surprised, I do support this item, but I do both items. I guess we're talking about both at the same time. And I think that there's some room for compromise, and I think there's some room for continued progress. Some ways in which we look at continued progress on my end are moving these things forward, but I do agree that we do, and I think we should pick a timeline for a street versus another one and see what that looks like. I would like to do everything all at once, but I do think that that is an apt comment where we need to look at modes of transportation. And I remember the previous council spoke about where the bike lane would come down from Fountain to Santa Monica to connect, I think it was Kings, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Kings or Flores? Flores. I think it was Flores down into that protected bike lane area, and then they would go up that way, and to comment on what Councilmember Heilman said, people in Fountain View were a main proponent of not being in favor of this for parking aspects, and that would take them out of the equation in that way. I think that's something we should look at. I'm obviously in favor of doing Fountain first because I think it is a neighborhood street, and I think it's a neighborhood street that we can classify and improve in many ways. And I'm for that. I think the question is how long is too long, though, is something that we need to address. But I think we could probably figure out how to do that. I'm hearing from staff that those 150 at most parking spaces on the north side of Fountain can be fit into some type of figuration, and I think that that's an important thing that we need to get first and foremost done, so residents are aware of that. But I also think that what we're looking at here is something that the city is a long time overdue. I agree that investment on the east side has been done, but infrastructure investment, I think, is something that changes the nature of a city and a neighborhood, to comment on what Councilmember Byer says. And we are all a very connected East Side community. And I say that, you know, in every way, shape, and form. When there was an accident on Fountain during the pandemic, everyone ran out of their neighborhood, out of their homes, wearing masks, of course, and helped pull someone out from a car. And that woman would have died if not, because she had a very horrible accident. But we all talk about, and the same thing that we say every time there's an accident on Fountain is, here we are again. And I think that's why we're moving here today. I don't necessarily know, and David or John or Lauren, Councilmember Heilman or Councilmember Meister, how long, or staff, how long does streetscape projects normally take? How long did like the Melrose Streetscape project take? Oscar, Jackie? Come on down, Oscar. 2 years? So, it's about a year. Thank you. So I don't know if I'm not necessarily in favor of a streetscape outreach community program, but what I am interested in is having trusted messengers like the WeHo Bike Coalition or another group that we have on board already with our staff and giving them the fiscal resources to actually go door to door on Fountain while we're continuing this stuff. I think it's critical that we do that. I think engaging these trusted partners is something that we need to do. And I think adding that to the budget where staff, the interns, or someone else goes out there and does this is the due diligence that we need. I also think that people from La Cienega all the way down to La Brea are interested in this conversation, but let's find out what they have to say. But I don't think that means we should stop progress moving forward. So I'm in support of these items. I'm happy to prioritize Fountain first and then talk about what a timeline for Santa Monica Boulevard would look like. I would like to see an addition of whatever way, and we can give discretion to the city manager to include community outreach, extensive community outreach for the community to figure out what they're doing. There is a small business corridor on Fountain that we should utilize. And I think that's where I sit right now on this item, because I think that this whole council is very dedicated to making sure our communities are safe and happy. I understand people's apprehension, but change after 38 years of the city being in existence is hard. And I don't think change should scare us, and I think that's the wrong word to use, but ultimately I think it should challenge us to create better neighborhoods, to create better communities, and I think at the end of the day that benefits everyone. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. I'm going to take Fountain first. I'm very interested in, obviously, protected bike lanes, but very, very interested in making sure Fountain is ADA compliant. It's essential, crucial. I had asked this in the last time we had this item before us, and I'm going to ask it again here. With regard to the potential 30 to 45 million to make our streets in phase 2 of Fountain ADA compliant, we can apply for funding from the federal government, just like we did on Melrose, correct? So some of that cost can be offset from funding from the federal government, as long as, depending on what's out there?
Correct. So part of the consultant's scope of work is to assist us in applying for funding, preparing applications.
I do agree that we do need more outreach and more thoughtfulness on starting with Fountain as well. I like the idea of having a task force of trusted partners going out door to door and really informing in two parts, getting feedback, but also engaging our community and our residents and letting them know exactly what we're doing, so there's not any misinformation out there about what's happening, and they are fully informed. Not everybody, well, a very small percentage of the city watches our council meetings, and a lot of information gets lost in translation often, and so the outreach is essential to make sure that we get great feedback. And the postcards, the 13,000, I don't think that survey is given exactly the breadth of scope of what we're planning to do, is just enough community outreach for this. For the Fountain bike lanes and street improvement. So I like Mayor Pro Tem Erickson's idea. As far as Santa Monica, I think that's a more complicated issue. There are a lot more businesses there. And I know we had this discussion too about parts of it maybe keeping it the same, doing different grade bike lanes on other parts. And I know that study is supposed to be more in depth. So I think it's important to do this study, but especially in that study, engaging our businesses, our community, our residents, and getting even more comprehensive feedback is essential. And I don't mind a tiered timeline. I think focusing on a Fountain would be priority, and then doing Santa Monica, but not canceling one in favor of the other. That doesn't make sense. It's council. The council made a decision. I think we need to stand by that. But really making sure there's extensive community outreach, especially Santa Monica. I think that is a street that has a lot more complications, a lot more businesses, a lot more involved than Fountain. So that's where I am on this, and I agree that we do have an incredible opportunity here, as Councilmember Byers spoke about, especially with Fountain Avenue, and but we do need to make sure that it is done in a way that it is done right, instead of pushing forward with something and then we can't really go back. As you know, Councilmember Meister was correct. We were supposed to be a pilot, so if we're going to move forward, let's make sure we do so with reasonableness. Is there an amount that you suggest?
I'm happy to leave that to the city manager's discretion to figure out what community outreach would look like. We've done stuff like that in the past, but if you have any ideas, David, I'm happy to hear them.
We can bring something back, like just a consent item. I don't think it will be that much for the community outreach, so we can bring back a community outreach plan. We're using some new technology for community engagement as well, so it may include that as well, not as, in addition to knocking on the doors, but we can work on having specific areas and work in just that area through some of our digital platforms as well. So.
I do think as long as we have it face-to-face contact is important, right? And I think Mayor Shine is correct. There are many people who find out things last minute or don't know or don't care to know, and maybe we'll say, see you later at the door, but as long as they're aware as well.
Yeah, and I think that doing this in stages with a lot of thought put into it. For example, Plummer Park, we had the meeting at Plummer Park to talk about what the design committee was going to be doing. People met there. In addition to knocking on doors, I think having some kind of community meeting, and we could, since this is on the east side, have utilized the space to, as this progresses, to let the community know and really inform people in that way. That would be really great.
Okay. Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Oh, Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a suggestion, and so it's my understanding, first of all, that a schematic design costs under $100,000. It takes maybe 8 to 10 months to do. It would not hurt to start with that to see what is feasible and what's not. The other thing that I would suggest is that we do look at this in a much more comprehensive way, and I'm just talking about Fountain, as a streetscape plan. We just found out that the timeline is not much different than what we were looking at here with the bike lane pilot, and I think it just is I don't know, makes more sense to take it in those steps, and especially because we know that there are all these different pieces, parts. There's the bike lanes, there's the parking, there's the sidewalks, there's the landscape, and so I just think that it would be better for the community to do that. Regarding the outreach, I think it's great to have outreach. I don't think it should be the Bicycle Coalition. I think it should be independent people doing that.
Whoever I think our city manager would like to.
But I do think that if we do a steering committee, like we do with all streetscape projects, that obviously the Bike Coalition should be, part of that steering committee. Excuse the pun. So I would like to ask my colleagues to just think about this a little different way. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do something, but I do think that we have to take an approach that is fiscally responsible, because what's being presented in this report is not necessarily fiscally responsible if you're moving ahead with something without knowing if it's going to work. So that's my feeling. I can't support 5B as it is now, but if council directed staff to recalculate and look at it as a streetscape project, that would be something I would be supportive of. And I believe that 5A should just be put off until we figure this out.
I don't have an issue with looking at this as a streetscape project as long as the timing and there's an understanding that council has given direction majority for protected bike lanes and the ADA compliance, but I agree with you. I think having a comprehensive input and an actual committee in addition to outreach, and I agree, I think an independent group would be best, so there's no issues and concerns. I agree with that, but I think even with when we did the design playhouse, it was very thorough. We got incredible input, and we're going to come up with a beautiful, beautiful playhouse. Potentially. So I don't have a problem with that. I think it would actually really address the concerns of the community and make it very thoughtful and create even a more beautiful, enhanced, incredibly equitable Fountain Avenue.
And if I can just add that a streetscape project like the one that was done on the avenues on Melrose and Robertson, the team that came in to do that were architects and planners and landscapers and traffic engineers and, infrastructure people and public works people. That's what we need to look at this, not just look at this as a traffic change.
I think traffic change and equity for mobility is part of it, but there's a lot more involved, and I agree. And as part of this, I think the experts can also come up with the alternatives to parking for residents. I don't think putting off Santa Monica is necessary. I think we need to also look at Santa Monica. That doesn't mean because part of this was a study to see what we would agree to or not anyway, but it doesn't make sense to put it off because Santa Monica, quite frankly, does have some parts that do need certain types of bike lanes. And we talked about this, and we just weren't sure because we wanted to study to see what types we needed. It wasn't a done deal even when we did the vote last time, because some parts are very dangerous now, and it would be safer to do certain categories now versus other categories. So that's where I am. And Councilmember Byers, do you have any input at all? Okay. Yeah.
I would just say regarding Santa Monica then, the contract that you're looking at is a feasibility study. Is that right for Santa Monica Boulevard? That's 5A?
It's a little bit more than feasibility study. So we did the feasibility study the first time, but there are a lot of unknowns until we actually get some engineering work, design work done. So that's the second phase.
So why don't you look at, would a schematic design be less expensive to look at than construction papers?
So for Santa Monica, we're not doing construction.
So
PSU.
So what exactly is the contract for with this group?
We're doing the block-by-block analysis, looking at each block, seeing what the constraints
That's what you and I wanted.
and the opportunities are.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, now that we're talking about a comprehensive, honestly, I just don't want to spend the money on that right now. I'd rather us focus on Fountain. It's a big project. If it becomes a streetscape project, it's an even bigger project. That's just my thoughts. Maybe Councilmember Heilman has some additional thoughts.
I have some questions. The block by, how much is the contract for Santa Monica?
400, it was 440,000, I believe.
410,030.
And that was because we wanted to figure out block by block what was needed. Because we didn't want to just say, well, let's pick a category this all the way across, because we talked about how complex Santa Monica was. So actually, the block by block analysis was then going to guide us on the next step where we are in Fountain, because we don't need that for Fountain. So I think we're going to need to do a block by block analysis anyway on Santa Monica. I don't have a problem with the block by block analysis. I think it's a good starting point because we're not diving in, but I think Fountain is further along.
So I think even though we heard these items together, perhaps it might be good to take them separately, because if that's possible, because maybe we can start with 5B, or we can do 5A and then go to 5B. I am changing my thoughts. I do think schematics, I would support a streetscape design, commit, whatever we're calling it, as long as we know that it has a very expedited timeline, like the Playhouse did. I think the Playhouse met for 6 months, 5 months? 3 months, thank you. I know that might take a while. I think that ultimately, yeah, so I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Meister, and I'm coming to agreement with it. And I think that what we're seeing here on the table is to move, let's see, I wrote in my notes, looking at the schematics design for Fountain, doing Fountain first, schematics design, an abbreviated steering committee, streetscape steering committee for Fountain as a whole. How do we want to talk, outreach, and do we want to talk about what that streetscape committee would look like? Is it one of us from each end, one of us appointing someone, or how do we want to get into the nitty gritty? David?
Well, I would just say, if you are going to appoint them, it's a Brown Act body,
Yeah,
and
so-
it will not be faster.
No, so maybe not.
And again, we can come back with a community engagement plan that includes the proposed committee or how that would look.
Was
the makeup
Melrose
of that committee.
Was Melrose a Brown acted body?
No, it was not.
So I think if that is the will of the council, to have an expedited committee like that of professionals, that maybe the city manager would let us know who it is, who they are, the whole council, so that way we could make sure that it's there, of architects and people that are there. We already have a mobility task force of people that have been engaged in whatever way, so I don't know. I am trying to find compromise with you, Councilmember Meister, because I do think you are bringing up very good points.
Mayor, I've had my hand raised.
Yes, I was going to say, Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you. And I think what I'm hearing is, number one, outreach, and the city manager will come back with an outreach plan and a non-Brown Act committee for getting community input, that we're looking at Fountain as a streetscape plan and engaging the appropriate people to help us with that. That we're directing staff to expedite the parking replacement. What are we going to do with those parking spaces that are lost? And I'm actually hearing, I think, a majority of the council saying that Santa Monica is a lower priority now, that maybe we would defer that for a while the work is focused on Santa Monica. But given the mayor's concerns, maybe we can ask staff to look primarily at safety concerns along Santa Monica while the Fountain streetscape plan is moving forward. So that's kind of what I'm hearing as a summary of the major points. And if people are in agreement with that, I'll move that.
Councilmember Byers, did you have?
Can we get a little bit more clear about when Santa Monica, the block by block analysis study would occur?
I'm thinking that given the priority for Fountain, I'd like staff to focus on that, but maybe once the study is done for Fountain, they can begin the study for Santa Monica. I don't know, you know, we're talking about a 1-year time frame for
I guess,
Fountain.
sorry, my concern would be that tonight we have before us the opportunity to sign a contract and begin that. I would not, you know, is there a way that we could say yes, to sign this contract, but the work starts down the road? How could we defer this without having to have it come back as a full item?
I think, Councilmember Highland, I think we need to take these two separately.
Okay.
Rather than combining them in one vote. So maybe your motion
Would
was
be
that a motion?
everything except Santa Monica. How's
Okay,
that?
great. Everything you said, which was, and I'm just, it's gonna, Melissa, do you need a repeat of?
So for clarity on the record, for 5A, part of 5A was to approve a contract with Gibson Transportation for transportation planning and design services in the amount of $410,030.
That's Santa Monica. So,
This is Santa Monica.
so can we do 5B first?
Okay, so we'll do 5B first. So the current recommendation from staff is to approve phases 1 and 2 of the project, approve a contract with Fair and Pierce to provide transportation planning and design services for phase 1 installation for a total not to exceed of $493.
Melissa, can you start over? Sorry, I was having a different conversation.
It's okay.
I think, Melissa, we're not doing what staff is recommending.
Okay, so I think for 5B, what I heard is that we're going to look at Fountain now as a streetscape project.
Correct.
That we want to engage with a vendor to give us schematic designs. Is that part of it?
We want it handled like we would handle a streetscape project.
Okay.
So that would include outreach, it would include a steering committee, it would include community engagement, it would include engaging a team of professionals that do streetscape projects.
Okay, so we're going to handle it like a streetscape project. We're going to direct the city manager to return with a consent calendar item that would outline the outreach and what a steering committee for the streetscape project will look like for Fountain Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, and add in there expediting parking replacement as part of the expert advice for the streetscape committee.
Okay. So that is for Fountain Avenue.
Yes.
So we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Heilman. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a second from Mayor Shine. Does everyone understand the motion on the floor? Okay, Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Shine.
Aye.
The motion passes. For Fountain.
5B, just keep saying 5B, we're good.
5B. Okay, so now for 5A. What I heard was that Santa Monica Boulevard is not the priority at this time. However, we would defer that while focusing on Fountain, but address the safety concerns along Santa Monica Boulevard. So that block by block.
I think you're saying it, but in a different way. So yes, we want to, I would like to make a motion to move forward with the block by block analysis. I think that's what I heard maybe a few of us
And is
state.
that, will that be, and this is for Bob and Francisco, is that something that Gibson Transportation will provide? Okay. So are we approving this current contract with Gibson Transportation, or will it be different?
We would be approving this contract.
Okay.
The current contract is exactly what you want.
Okay, for the transportation planning and design services in the amount of $410,030.
Can I ask Bob a question about the contract? I'm, you know, the way I read the item, it seemed like the focus was pretty exclusively on bike lanes. And I would really like to see the analysis done of safety improvements, intersections. I'm not really wedded to the idea of bike lanes on Santa Monica on the east side. I know some of my colleagues are. I'm not sure that it's feasible, so I would like us to get a whole series of recommendations that are not just limited to bike lanes. Will this contract include those kind of recommendations?
We would have to expand the contract to look at other safety issues beyond bicycles because it is focused on bicycle safety. So if you want to expand that to other safety issues along Santa Monica, then we have to look at the scope of work.
So let me ask it a different way. Given the current focus of the contract, would Gibson come back, even if we don't put in bike lanes, would they come back with recommendations on how we could improve safety even in the absence of bike lanes?
That is not how the scope of work is framed right now.
All right.
Can we expand the scope? Can we make the motion that we want to move forward with the scope of work as is and add, expand the contract so that, and if it maybe comes back to us as an extension of it separately, so it has safety recommendations as well, so that Councilmember Howell, I mean, I agree, it's always good. If we haven't done this kind of analysis before, it makes sense to have safety.
I think perhaps what we can do is that if we can move forward with approval of this contract and we have direction to come back with an amendment with that additional scope, we can ask Gibson to, kind of draft that, and we'll bring back that particular component for council for consideration and approval.
Okay.
If I could ask a question, for the safety aspect beyond bicycle lanes, are we talking about crosswalk safety? Are we talking about
Pedestrian safety, crosswalk safety, is that something Gibson has expertise in?
Well, I was going to say we did do a comprehensive safety analysis as part of our pedestrian and bicycle plan. So crosswalks have already been addressed. That's what I'm trying to figure out is what other safety issues we need to address beyond bicycles.
Yeah, I guess my thought is, let's assume that the council chooses not to go forward with bike lanes. Are there safety enhancements that can be made for cyclists in the absence of bike lanes? So that's what I would really like them to provide, that additional information. And I don't think that shouldn't really expand the scope of the contract.
That helps. It's still related to bicycle.
Right.
Okay. So, Councilmember Heilman, when we voted on this before you were on council, the block-by-block analysis was for us to figure out not just protected bike lanes, but which blocks maybe need protected and which blocks just need striping, because we thought Santa Monica is more complex. We don't want to just put protected all the way across necessarily, and that's what the block-by-block analysis information was going to come back with. So it is exactly actually what you're wanting.
Yeah.
Okay, and is it the entire Santa Monica Boulevard corridor or an emphasis on the east side? Just so I can make the entire corridor? Okay.
It's the entire,
Okay.
it was supposed to be the entire span of
Okay.
Santa Monica.
And so the direction would be to, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm trying to relive that council meeting in my head. I thought it was everything east of Flores. Right? Isn't it east of Flores? Wasn't this block by block analysis everything east of Flores or Kings? Or did we include everything in Santa Monica Boulevard?
What we're doing on the west side is essentially block by block as well.
Yeah, because I think, so it is the entirety of Santa Monica Boulevard, because once you go west of Flores, there's that bike strip.
Right.
And we could make that protected and do all those things, because the width was already there for you to make those improvements, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay, so my concern here on Santa Monica Boulevard is that we haven't really done community outreach, and the businesses are going to feel like we are just, ramming this through without having a conversation. We have competing interests on Santa Monica Boulevard. We have the possibility of bikes, we have scooters, we have robots, we have, regular bicycles, and where we don't have bike lanes, what do we do? Do we let them go on the street? And then what happens if the business wants to have an out zone now? And so I would suggest deferring that contract and instead focusing on engaging the Santa Monica Boulevard business community to get feedback on what the priorities are for them, because we're going to just, if we take away parking spaces, if we take away...
But we're not doing that. That's why this analysis, we can just take it to them and do the outreach later and go, okay, well, this is what the analysis
But
gave
it's
us.
$400,000. How much
Well,
is this contract? You said $400,000?
Part of this contract is to do the outreach with the businesses.
Okay.
Yeah. That was part of it too.
And the outreach is going to be, what do you want?
I'm sorry?
That's what the outreach will be to the businesses. What do you want?
So after we
Right.
do the block-by-block analysis and having a better understanding of what could change, that way we could approach the businesses and get some real feedback as to, our proposals.
And that will include those businesses that have out zones or have sidewalk dining that might be impacted by...
On the east side, we are preparing to visit every businesses along the boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm going to make the motion. I'm going to make a motion to move 5A forward. It's not, and we can, if there's a second to the motion, if there's more conversation, obviously. I see David itching to talk, so I'm just going to make the motion to move 5A forward.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, does that include the amendment?
I think we settled on not having to do
Okay.
the amendment because of the clarity that
Bob provided
with Francisco. Did that meet your satisfaction, Councilmember Heilman?
In terms of going forward with the study, again, I think Fountain should be the priority. So I don't think there's support to defer this, but I think in terms of timing, Fountain should be your priority.
We're all agreed on that.
Okay.
I think we're just saying, I'm so sorry, Mayor. I think we're just saying yes, and you all understand Fountain is number one, and then you're going to come back to us at the appropriate time after the right amount of outreach with this, correct? Am I wrong?
Yes, of course.
Oh, no.
Sorry, we're just mixing two projects
We
again.
have a motion and a second on made. Let's go ahead and call the vote, please.
And sorry, if I also can just get one clarification. We are proposing to hold off on issuing outdoor dining permits on the east side of Santa Monica while we do the block-by-block analysis. So we just wanted to make sure that that was okay with council while we do the analysis. We don't want to issue any outdoor dining permits and then have to, a month later or 6 months later, a year later, have to then revoke that permit because we decided to go with some sort of bike lane infrastructure.
How have you received any applications for East Side outside dining?
No, a very, very few. I think we only have, existing, I think we only have one or two,
You have
but
one or two.
no new applications have come in.
Since we made it permanent.
Right, I think the ones that we have are Pura Vida.
But Pura Vida, great business, love it, great pizza, but their outzone was a different conversation, and I'm looking at Jackie, and that's all I'm going to say about that. And Steve is shaking his head as well. So that was a different conversation. So.
Okay, so
It's not, and that's not the east side. I would just like to let, Sweetser is not the east. I mean, God bless you, but that's not the east side.
No, we mean, east of City Hall, or where we're considering
We're Center City, Pura Vida.
flex,
Thank you. So can we please
Thank
have
you,
a
Mayor.
vote? Thank you.
Yes, there is a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, seconded by Councilmember Byers, to approve the item as it is and enter into a contract with Gibson Transportation. I'll now do a roll call vote. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Can I just ask a quick question? I don't recall because there was a lot of things going on here. Is there a timeline in that report that we should be saying is deferred? We're not deferred. Based on prioritizing Fountain?
I think when we come back, we're planning to come back in October with the amendment to the contract for Fountain because of some of the grant money. We'll come back with the outreach plan at that time, and we'll also include a schedule for both projects together, kind of an overlap schedule, so we can see how the phasing is and timing is of the two projects.
Okay. Councilmember Meister, yay or nay?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Erickson. Mayor Shine.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move to item 5C, exploration of alternative and additional public restrooms. I don't think we need a, do we need a briefing? I don't need a briefing, but we will have questions. Yeah, I mean, you could do a very brief staff report. Very brief, please. Helen, when you do the staff briefing, can you please share with the public and the council the item that Councilmember Meister and I had directed and voted on as well? Thank you. Yes. We can't hear you. I think your mic is off.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Helen Collins, Facilities and Field Services Division Manager for the City of West Hollywood, and I have Steve Campbell here with me this evening, the Public Works Director, and Christoph Schroeder is also here as well, the Human Services and Rent Stabilization Director. I'll give you a brief summary. The City Council in November 2021, the City Council received a request from the Council Subcommittee on Homelessness to direct staff to explore increased access to public restrooms through additional and alternative facilities. At that time, public restrooms were closed due to COVID, and complaints from businesses and community members were substantial. In turn, staff returned. Is that enough of a summary, Madam Mayor, in regards to what you voted on? In August of 2022, staff returned to the subcommittee to receive input. At that time, the subcommittee requested staff look at different alternatives and come back to the subcommittee prior to going out to do outreach to the boards and commissions. Staff in turn came back to the subcommittee, which at that time had changed to Councilmember Byers as well as Councilmember Byers and Councilmember Howman. Sorry, it's been a long day. And we went over briefly in regards to what we had found. Staff had found that things had changed because we were no longer in COVID and many of the restrooms were open. The city currently has 8 locations where we provide public restrooms. Of course, they are not 24 hours a day. That's why we're coming back with another alternative to add 24-hour, open our facilities 24 hours a day at 2 different locations. We did look at different alternatives and what other cities were doing and what other communities were doing. And constructing facilities or putting in new facilities didn't seem like a viable option in the city of West Hollywood because we just don't have the real estate. We looked at different locations and it just didn't seem like a viable option. So at this time, staff is recommending that we, one, do an outreach campaign. When we talked to the subcommittee, that was part of the conversation, was that people aren't aware that we have public restrooms available to them and when they're available. So that was one of the options, as well as coming back and looking at opening 2 restrooms, one on each side of the city in existing facilities 24 hours a day. So staff is proposing that we look at those options if council agrees, and then come back at mid-year budget for funding for those options. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister.
I don't really have any questions that can listen to from the public.
Okay. Councilmember Byers, any questions? Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Heilman, you were part of the subcommittee, but do you have questions?
I have no questions, but I think Helen did a good job of explaining how we responded to the previous direction, and we can get into a discussion after we hear from the public.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions? Helen, I have some questions. So just to clarify, you came to the previous subcommittee on August 22nd, and our direction was for you to look at alternatives to public restrooms for exploration to make sure that the not just unhoused people, but that people that were out in our nightlife that end up being drunk and urinating on the street.
Correct, yes.
And this was a discussion we had at council, would have places to go to and really, in addition to what we offered. In between the August 22nd, and when did you go to the new subcommittee?
Just in June, recently.
June, okay. So that's 10 months. Did you go to boards and commissions with any of your findings?
We did not, because when we came to the committee last time, they said, come back to the committee with our recommendations. And then during that time, of course, the committee didn't meet on a regular basis and there was changes. So we, in turn, at our first opportunity, came back with the current proposals. In the nightlife, of course, was part of the conversation as well. That's why I think we were proposing West Hollywood Park. And of course, an outreach campaign would be essential to make sure that individuals, and a lot of people do use the city parking structure as well. So as they're going back to their cars, this would give them an opportunity to use the restroom. And then also, if we had proper signage, they would know there was a restroom there and proper promotion of that. I don't know that that would always curtail all the problems that we have. We have increased our frequency in the in that section of town. We've increased our frequency of pressure washing during the summer months, and then as we see problems, we do increase those, because I don't necessarily. And again, complaints are down, but I don't necessarily know that having a restaurant available would curtail all the problems, but it would at least provide another alternative for those people that did want to do the right thing.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions. We have one speaker on this item?
Yes, we have one speaker in chambers. Stephanie Harper.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Stephanie Harker, City West Hollywood. We absolutely need more public bathrooms around. It could curtail some of the problems we have in the neighborhoods, particularly in areas that border our city because of the encampments, and the stench is unbelievable, and it's rather inhumane to not have facilities, but of course then you're going to get the blowback. So I think the most important thing about this, particularly if they're 24/7, they have to be monitored. There cannot be a place for people to hook up or shoot drugs or do whatever they're going to do other than pee and poo. Safety, this discussion came up at Public Safety once, and Carrie Balbone brought up the fact that our public restrooms are already unsafe, even in bars when there's lots of activity and things going on. It's not safe, and we need to make the regular ones safe. If we're going to do 24/7, they absolutely have to be safe. Safety, safety, safety. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. That was our only speaker, Mayor.
Okay, great. So do we have discussion on this? Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, I had really hoped to be able to see those alternatives, especially with self-cleaning bathrooms, because who's going to be cleaning these bathrooms, at 3 in the morning? Are we going to have a janitor go in every time somebody goes? I mean, I think that was one of the issues that we talked about, especially when we're talking about our unhoused community, is that whole idea of, that it be hygienic. And I don't see our public bathrooms, unless someone's there monitoring and cleaning them after every person, I don't see that is going to be the right solution. My other concern is our public parks are supposed to be closed at a certain hour, are they? Or, like 10
Correct.
o'clock or whatever. So now we're saying they're not going to be closed at that time by having our public bathrooms open. So that's another concern. I know that there were many problems in Plummer Park with the restroom there, and issues that residents on Vista Street on the east side of the street were having with people hanging out in the park after hours. So again, we're allowing this after hours things in the park, and that just concerns me, especially where it's right next to a residential neighborhood. Also, not having any options in Center City. I would never even say do Kings Road Park, because again, you have residents literally living, 30 feet away or whatever. So I don't want this to be something that actually, a solution to a problem that creates another problem. And that was one of the reasons why we wanted to know if there were other possibilities where we could have them in various points on Santa Monica Boulevard where it made sense, that it's on a commercial corridor, not in our parks, not in residential, not in the residential neighborhood.
We did look at the self-cleaning. A lot of locations are going away from the self-cleaning because there's such a maintenance nightmare. And they're down more than they're up. The city of LA is no longer doing the self-cleaning. They're going to the other ones. The proposal here, and I hear you, your concerns, and I understand those definitely. The reason why we had proposed the two parks, one at each side of the city, was to see what the need is and to see how we could assess the need, but also to the two locations, the one at Plummer, we would be looking at using the ones closer to the community center, the ones at the community center. The ones that we've had the most problems with are the ones that are in the middle of the park. These would be right off the parking lots, because what we've learned is that not only are we seeing people using our restrooms that are using the parks, these are destinations. Our restrooms are destinations for delivery people. And now with our everything changing, and we're having more of a delivery climate, and everyone's getting everything delivered, even in the middle of the night, not as much in the middle of the night, but and also our unhoused community would have an anchor to go to as well. And the proposal is to have block by block, 2 block by block officers there after hours, and then we have janitors in the city doing the buildings, so the synergy there would be that they would come over periodically and spot clean the bathrooms, just like we do during the day. So we would maintain them in the same kind of fashion that we maintain them during the day, which is difficult at times, but I think we do a relatively good job of getting janitors in there and getting the restrooms clean when they have access. So those are answers to those questions, but again, I do understand your concerns, and we're open to any recommendations.
Just one more question. Is there any place in Center City that you see that as a possibility other than Kings Road Park?
I can't think, at Kings Road Park I think would be problematic, because one, it's not lit for that. It's not and there's no parking, and it's for people that would otherwise use it besides unhoused community. It is in the middle of a residential area, so I think it would be problematic. Just to give you an example of Kings Road Park, we put in the blue light phones, and the first complaint we got was the blue light phones are too bright. So if we had the lights on for people to go in there to go to the restroom, I'm sure we would get the same type of complaints. We're not getting a lot of complaints from Center City in regards to people using the restrooms in the public. Where we're getting them is in the bar areas on Santa Monica Boulevard, and on the east side in the alleys and in around the park areas. Because what happens is yes, the parks close at 10 o'clock at night at Plummer, and then midnight on the west side because of the dog parks. But we still have people that come to the parks at night and you know, block by block, and the sheriffs do a good job not to allow them to camp there, but, you know, it's not always possible. And of course, they use the restrooms in the park. I've seen them. They go in the bushes, you know, and stuff like that. So this would at least curtail that kind of activity. If we see a widespread need, maybe then we could look at expanding the program.
Is there an outreach effort, or what's the outreach effort so that community members and also the unhoused community knows that this is happening?
So we met with communications, Corey and myself, and Corey apologizes she couldn't be here this evening. She's out of town. I think she's out of town. Don't let me speak for her, but she wasn't able to be here this evening. We met with Joshua and his team to talk about our outreach approach, and it would be we would work with our service providers to make sure the unhoused community would get that information. There are several, believe it or not, there are several websites out there that people that have medical needs rely on, as well as Google Maps that outlines all the different locations. And then I think one of the important things that we don't do is we don't have signage that I mean, it's almost like you want a flashing light that says, it's over here. So I think we've talked about approaches to providing better signage, outreach. People are starting to more and more know where to go to look for this information on the internet. And then, of course, like I said, our service providers handing out, Josh had mentioned they've handed out cards with information on before. So those are the types of outreach approaches. And of course, we're open for anything else that anyone else knows that might be a unique approach to getting the information out there, because it benefits us all in the long run.
I think we had another request for a public speaker, and I'm going to allow him to go ahead and speak before we continue.
Yes, Nick Roybal would like to speak.
Hi, Council. Hi, City. So I have a question. Law enforcement. If we know our queer history, and we know our vulnerable peoples, and we know people who have been entrapped by law enforcement, especially by LA County sheriffs, what mechanisms and checks and balances may exist to protect our queer population, that they aren't part of entrapments by the sheriffs? That's all I had to say. I just wanted to pose that. Thank you.
Is the security proposed block by block?
Correct. The security is, we've worked with Danny, and right now we have estimates on pricing for having 2 security guards, because we wouldn't feel comfortable having just one person there by themselves. And we possibly eventually would, if it's a long-term program and something that did stay in place, we would have to look at some type of kiosk format or something for them, because after the storms this last weekend, we realized that we do get rain in Southern California, so we would have to look at something like that. But yes, we are proposing block by block as the security measure.
Okay. Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Helen. I support aspects of this, but as you're explaining it, I'm not sure I really want to open up Plummer Park to be the after-hours restroom for homeless individuals. We've had enough difficulty at Plummer Park with homeless individuals camping, and as I think one of the speakers mentioned, we've had problems in those restrooms. So on the west side at West Hollywood Park, it's primarily people coming from the bars. And they present their own set of problems, but I think it's a very different set of problems. And we can say the park is closed at midnight, but people park in the structure, and they're going to walk through when they leave the Abbey and other businesses. So having restrooms here does make sense. I'd like for us to try that and see how it works before we consider other locations.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. I've been a big fan of the public restroom conversation since I peed my pants coming home from work in the middle of a city that didn't have public restrooms. So it happens to us all. These affect, each and every one of us. Hopefully you don't have that situation. But I think about this item so much more beyond the unhoused community, and I think we as a city have that responsibility to provide these sites ourselves. I had the chance to tour the San Jose public restrooms. They're lovely, but they are a real estate challenge. It's a sidewalk challenge, and we have such limited space. So when this item came back to the subcommittee on homelessness, thinking about how we better utilize the 8 public restrooms we already have, we'll start with a couple of them, to their fullest was an exciting prospect. I appreciate the conversation around safety, especially in the middle of the night. I know wanting to use a restroom, but challenging whether I'm safe enough to use it is often the decisions I'm left with. So knowing that this is coupled with a promising security plan, utilizing our ambassadors in the park spaces where it seems like they aren't already, is sort of feeding 2 birds with 1 scone, as I would like to say. Bringing more ambassador responsibility and outlook to Plummer Park in the night hours where they don't currently exist. And if it benefits the use of a public restroom for 24/7, I'm all on board. Yeah, I think both of these should come forward because I wouldn't want to see the west side over the east side imbalance. I know folks are heading out, that Santa Monica priority bus lane at La Brea will be a stop that's utilized, and if people can use Plummer Park one last time on the way out from the pickup, that's a good stop. So I think we should approach both of them, and then I think we should see how this goes. It could be that, this isn't how people are using the restrooms, that we need different signage. So I want to try this out for the first year and see where we're at.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the staff and the members of the public. I too share concerns on this item, similar to Councilmember Heilman. On one side, I want to provide a space for people to use the restrooms, and I say that in all generality and not just people who are unhoused. But I do have a lot of public safety concerns around this, mainly around opening Plummer Park as someone who will walk his dog. Is Alan here? Maybe illegally through Plummer Park or something like that, at 10 o'clock or near the periphery. I do see people there, and it is very dark in some spaces, and I do worry about what that public safety impact would be. I also hear what my colleague is saying about increased security. I just don't know if it's fully cooked yet. I'm happy to try the west side. I don't know if I'm ready for Plummer Park yet. I hear a lot from residents that they are worried, similar to some of the public comments tonight, about the safety of how these things would be handled. I don't know if block by block is actually capable of handling some instances that could happen from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. But then I don't know if I also want the sheriffs out there at those times because of concerns also raised by the public, or they should be doing other things, right? So I don't know where I'm at, where I'm going to vote on this item as a whole. And then I'm also think that this is a regional problem. Does anyone in the city of LA offer bathrooms 24/7 right now? Maybe in our surrounding area. Is Poinsettia Park open 24/7? So I'm concerned because I think, and I know a lot of East Side, you're an East Side council member now, wherever Sweetser is, Mayor Shine. The city is paying for and adding to services that the city of LA benefits. That's good because we are a regional problem and homelessness is a regional issue. But we have council people on both sides in the city of LA that aren't as progressively taking action on some of those areas. I'm worried about Romaine. I'm worried about Willoughby and the areas that we don't control. Because I'm worried about, and those are high crime spots. I'm aware of the issues happening there, but we have no control over that area. And so I'm concerned about those individuals. I don't know. I don't want to say that they're going to cause crime, but I'm concerned about what could happen if word got out that our restrooms in Plummer Park are open 24/7. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just don't know how comfortable I feel with it at the moment. Yes, if I'm walking my dog through Plummer Park at, I don't know, 10, 11, whenever it closes now, I'm sure there'd be someone taking a photo. 10, thank you. I do walk through there at 10 o'clock. Kill me, I guess, or write something about me for being so nefarious and making sure Winnie uses the restroom. Maybe I might have to use the restroom. But yeah, I appreciate the thought. I just don't know where I'm at from a public safety standpoint on this yet.
I hear you. I'd like to add some comments, and then Councilmember Maestro. So I just want to bring this back to, this went to the homelessness subcommittee. The added benefit to residents is an added benefit. This is about an equity issue, and this is about the fact that being unhoused is not a 9 to 5 issue. It is 24/7. And I would love for us to just, for one moment, lean into some empathy and put yourselves in the shoes of an unhoused person. It is past 5 p.m. or whenever our bathrooms close, middle of the night. All of us can get up in the middle of the night and use our bathrooms in our homes. An unhoused person cannot. So where do they go? They will go on the street. They'll go in front of a business. They will go in the park. They will go wherever they will need to go. This is about providing compassion. We are a city that is about compassion. This is about doing a pilot program to provide compassion for unhoused people that need to use a bathroom. They're not going to be wielding machetes and all of this like hysteria about public safety. We're not just opening up the bathrooms and there's no security. I trust our block by block security ambassadors. They are already out 24/7. They're not just 9 to 5 either. They're already out in the street. They are a 24/7 security program that partners with our sheriff's department. And it is a program that has kinks, but is working. And so they would have a kiosk there, block by block security ambassadors, that 2 of them monitoring to make sure there's no strange happenings going on. And I know the issues that Plummer Park has had in the past, and our new sheriff, the prior captain and the new one have been pretty good in dealing with the issues. Since we've had the block by block kiosks there haven't been as many issues with people going in there, creating havoc, shooting up. And this is a program, it's a 1-year program. This is what Councilmember Meister and I wanted to provide that would be good for our unhoused population, an alternative for our businesses that so desperately call us and say, why is an unhoused person going to the bathroom over here? Even residents that deal with this. And I think we need to really lean into that. And this can also go, it doesn't sound like it's gone to any of the commissions and boards, so it can still go to the commission boards for input. And I think we need to make sure security is well thought out for this issue, not just for the ways we're thinking, but the ways that Nick was mentioning. I want to make sure that if a person is going in West Hollywood Park, we're not then going, this person needs to get arrested versus another person that doesn't look like they should be arrested either. So these are important safety discussions that need to be had, but I fully support this. I wish we had had more alternatives in place. I think mobile bathrooms was something that we had wanted to get information on, but this is where we are, and I think it provides us with a good starting point to really lean into compassion and care. And I do support this item, and I think it meets the things that we all voted on to move this forward. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, so I would say that we bring it forward to commissions and boards and get feedback. But Also, during that time, I think we need to talk to the City of LA about Poinsettia Park, because we know that they have had tents there, and there has been crime there, and there has been drug use there, and it has been untenable for the residents that live around that park. So I would say that we have to get the City of LA to do something as well. I don't know what that means, but let's assess what's going on there now, so that there are no surprises, so we know what's happening at Poinsettia Park before we move forward with Plummer Park, because that is just a real issue. And we know that the residents have had a lot of problems, and some of them are our residents, right? Because West Hollywood is right there. But we also need to have some kind of working relationship with the council member there. Is that Katie? Okay. So we need to have some outreach to them, because we have to figure out how they're dealing with it. It's, like you said, it's a regional problem, but we cannot expect the city of West Hollywood to bear the burden of the entire region's problems. So I understand Councilmember Howman's concerns and Mayor Pro Tem's concerns, particularly because of the Poinsettia Park issue. Yeah, I've been there. I remember when they had the public safety meeting, and it was scary. So I would say that has to be looked at before we say, let's open up Plummer Park to that. But in the meantime, you can be doing outreach, and I'm very comfortable with doing the WeHo Park, but I do need more. I need to get just more feedback on the Plummer Park one because of LA, City of LA, and the problems that they were having. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister. And it is 2 council members in LA that splice up that area. If you go further east, it becomes Councilmember Soto Martinez. If you Poinsettia Park is Councilmember Yaroslavsky. I have asked staff to, thankfully they're doing a lot of great work to try to do proactive conversations, but I do fully agree with you that I do think that there comes a time when West Hollywood, being 1.89 square miles, can't pay for, even though I want to solve the issue together, the inaction of the city of Los Angeles on problem areas. And we're all in this together, but I'm seeing action on our part, and I'm not seeing action on their part. I'm happy to make a motion to move forward with West Hollywood Park first, and then to come back with Plummer Park at a time uncertain at the moment, after input from the City of LA and the various boards and commissions that we would want to send this to: Human Services, Public Safety, maybe perhaps the LGBTQ Commission. Is there anything, did I capture the 3 that maybe the Transgender Advisory Board as well?
Maybe instead of uncertain at this time,
Or-
we say go do the outreach and
Then come
figure out
back.
how we can make this safe for the neighborhood in Plummer Park, and then come back to us, but we move forward with West Hollywood Park.
Yeah, maybe 60, 90 days.
Just a quick point of clarification. We had recommended that we budget this as part of the mid-year. So is the recommendation that we start West Hollywood Park sooner than that, or we look at coming back as a mid-year with the entire program? Or with recommendations for the entire program?
Well, if we're doing it in the mid-year, why don't we just do the outreach
Yes.
from now until then and get it done? That gives us
Get it
plenty
all
of
wrapped
time.
up.
Okay.
Yeah. And then that way we can, get all the input. And you're saying the Human Services, the PFC, and the
Public safety,
Public sa-
transgender, LGBTQ+.
Okay.
So I guess I have a question. Is the outreach for both West Hollywood Park and Plummer Park? I don't really feel the need for any outreach for West Hollywood Park.
No, it's just Plummer Park.
Okay, and then if the outreach is sort of linked to what the City of LA is going to do, why are we wasting our time? The City of LA is not going to do anything.
I don't think that's what it, for me, I want outreach to them, but also to our boards and commissions to come up with a safety plan. So, and then vote on Plummer Park then, separately.
And what
I want
would-
more information.
And what I was saying is we need more information about what's going on at Poinsettia Park now.
Okay. But I think if we're doing outreach to LA City Council members,
We're
we
wasting our
can pretty
time.
much know that they don't even pave their roads, so, or fix their sidewalks. So why would we think that they're going to open up their park for 24-hour restroom use?
You're not wrong.
Sorry to the city of LA, but
You're not wrong.
I drive on their roads all the time.
So Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, is the motion on the floor to proceed with West Hollywood Park restrooms, to do outreach to the city of LA about Poinsettia Park, and then direct staff to do outreach with the commissions and advisory boards regarding safety for opening up Plummer Park?
But mid-year.
For the mid-year. Start now, right?
Yes, correct.
And the mid-year was when both parks would start, or was West Hollywood?
Just West Hollywood Park. And then we will have a conversation about Plummer Park.
Because we can start outreach now and then maybe have our information back by mid-year.
That's what we mean.
Yeah, and then West Hollywood Park would also start at mid-year.
Yes.
Okay. Just got to get the money part straight, or finance will get mad at me.
Hey, at least you weren't dealing with the bike lanes item. I
Yeah.
still think we're on 5B. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate your
very
input.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor from Mayor Pro Tem Erickson that's seconded by Mayor Shine. I will do a roll call vote. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Shine.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Before we move on to this item, I think it also, it warrants a discussion about the restrooms in bars and nightclubs. That's part of the problem. People don't want to go there because they're unsafe, and a lot of times they're not very private. So I think that's something that we need to be looking at in terms of our planning standards going forward.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to item 5E, Commission and Advisory Board appointments and reappointments. Do we have, no public comments on this, right? Or?
No, we do not have any public comments.
Okay, I see there is a direct appointment for the Senior Advisory Board for my appointee, and I do have a appointment. I would like to appoint Wendy Carell to the Senior Advisory Board this evening.
Okay.
And we have call for nominations for at-large appointments for the following commissions and advisory boards, starting with, are we ready for a business license commission this evening? Yes? Okay. So are there any nominations for the business license commission? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. I'd like to nominate Kevin Barry for the Business License Commission.
Okay. Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Marianne Gardner.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do a vote. Councilmember Byers.
Kevin Barry.
Councilmember Heilman.
Marianne Gardner.
Councilmember Meister.
Marianne Gardner.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Kevin Barry.
Mayor Shine.
Kevin Barry.
Okay, so the final at-large appointment to the Business License Commission is Kevin Barry.
Next, we have the Rent Stabilization Commission. Are there any nominations for the at-large appointment for rent stabilization?
I would like to nominate Frank Rory.
Any other nominations?
Okay. Seeing none, Frank Rory is the final at-large appointment to the Rent Stabilization Commission.
Excellent. We have two at-large appointments for the Senior Advisory Board.
I'm actually not ready for this.
Yeah, are there even, there were two people that were 25-year-old that applied, and then
There's not an age requirement for the Older Adults Now Advisory Board. So they can apply unless we would prefer to keep applications to our older adult community.
I was comfortable moving forward, but if people want to wait.
Yeah, and actually Mary Ann Gardner is an older adult, and maybe I could convince her to submit her name for that position.
I can reach out to her tomorrow if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll
Put that one off.
yeah, so we're going to move forward with the senior we'll put that one for the next meeting. Are we ready for the Women's Advisory Board this evening?
I would like to nominate Shanara Good.
Okay, I would like to nominate Keely Field.
Any others?
I just want to double check that I have her name correct. Shanara Good.
Okay. Councilmember Byers.
Shanara Good.
Well, if we only have, oh, never mind. I lied.
There's one position.
Never. You can ignore me. Councilmember Heilman.
Shanara Good.
Councilmember Meister.
Shanara Good.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Shanara Good.
Mayor Shine.
Well, it's Keely Field, but
okay,
we've got Shanara Good on this.
So our final at-large appointment to the Women's Advisory Board is Shanara Good. Thank you.
Fantastic. We have the next item is the calendar for the Mayor Pro Tem election installation and the city council meetings. I know that Councilmember Heilman and I had some comments or issues with the calendar, but do we have any comments on this, public comments?
No, we do not.
Okay. Councilmember Heilman, did you want to address your concerns with the calendar?
Yes, I mean, I understand we're moving some Mondays to Tuesdays. I just want to, in advance, indicate that that's going to be a bit challenging for me, but I will be able to make it at least for the regular meeting if there is no closed session. And then this last year for June, the Monday after Pride, I think we moved the council meeting schedule in June to the second and fourth Mondays, and I'm wondering if we want to do that. The first Monday in June, I will have a conflict. So I don't know if Melissa has given that any thought or what my colleagues think about that.
Yeah, I agree.
Pride would be the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
No, Pride is now the first weekend every single year, so.
Okay.
So you had the Monday after Pride again. That was my concern too.
So we could do what we did this year, which is cancel the first meeting in June and just have our second meeting on the 17th.
Yeah.
And then we would have one meeting in June, one meeting in July, 2 meetings in August, and 1 meeting in September. That means, as we have the last 2 years, we have to make sure the budget gets on the second meeting in June.
Or we could have the second and fourth Monday as suggested.
That's fine.
Okay, so you want to do the 10th and the 24th in June?
Yeah, because we're not going to have a meeting the first Monday in July, so
Yeah.
I think it's perfect.
might as well.
Are there any other concerns from my other colleagues at all?
Could we, and I'll look at the city attorney as well, could we say that we will endeavor not to schedule a closed session on council meetings that we move to Tuesdays to accommodate Councilmember Heilman's schedule? Unless we have an emergency issue that we have to deal with.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that. If need be, I could probably call in. Am I allowed to do that anymore?
No.
No. All right. So I'll find a way to be here if we need a closed
Unless
session.
you want to pull over on Santa Monica and post the agenda on the side of your car. I mean, I think that's the only way we would be able to do it. That's the old Brown Act rule.
I'd actually welcome that. I think that would be quite funny.
The other, option, but I don't know that we've ever done this before, is do closed session after the regular meeting.
It sounds.
We'll make it work with your schedule. We're flexible.
Great.
Okay, so it was just June was, okay. So we will revise the calendar and share it with
Do we need to do a motion, or is it the direction is enough for you?
We should do a motion.
Okay.
I'll make the motion, but I know that in the past, sometimes I think we've traveled or council members find out that they're going to be on vacation or something, so we can always make an adjustment if that comes up, correct?
Yeah, I could always bring an April or May item to discuss the summer schedule with the council if that was the desire.
Yeah.
I see shaking heads, so I can do that. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Heilman and a second by Mayor Shine to approve the election of the mayor and mayor pro tem, as well as the installation and the city council meeting calendar for 2024. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Mayor pro tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Shine.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, great. So now we're going to move to excluded consent. Item 2N was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Erickson. Did you want to
Yeah, thank you so much.
address the?
Let me just pull it up here. So, look, I'm supportive of this item. I just think it's a larger conversation that the council needs to have with money allocations for our advisory boards, mostly advisory boards and some commissions. Several years ago, we had talked about an equity conversation regarding some of these events. Look, these are great events, but I keep saying the word event, and you have 6 or 7 staff in community and ledge affairs, and I am concerned that the work is becoming event producing versus a lot of the work that we're actually needing to be done. I think that if we could have that event, I say this all the time, an event producer conversation for this can move forward, but I think that this is roughly well, it's not $67 million, whatever it's listed in the staff report. It's a small typo, if you caught that. But Melissa, don't worry, you only have thousands of other pages to organize in the city council agenda. But I think that $100,000 for some events it's a lot. It's more than the WeHo One City, One Pride Arts Festival and everything. So I just think that it might be time for the city manager to work with the various staff and liaisons to figure out what that budget number looks like for all boards and commissions, because I hear why is one group getting X amount of dollars and then why is one not, and I just would love to have that conversation. Again, fully supportive of all these items, don't need anyone saying I dislike any of them for the record, but I think it's a process and policy conversation for us. So if the will of the council wants to move this, that's fine, but I would like to give additional direction for event producers, for community and ledge affairs, so they can do the work that needs to be done. I don't think it's fair that a staff liaison is doing events versus the actual policy implementation, and then for the city manager to come back with a conversation about what dollar amounts for boards and commissions looks like across the board at a fair scale.
Thank you. And we didn't have public speakers on this, right? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Heilman?
I was actually thinking the opposite than my colleague, Councilmember Erickson. I don't really view these events as, although they're endorsed by the commission or the advisory board, they're not really advisory board events. They're more community events that the advisory board actually encourages people to attend. When I look at the amount of programming we do for certain aspects of the community and compare it to the amount that we do for the Russian-speaking community, I think That's the disparity that concerns me. And the funding that we have for senior-related or older adult-related events is not much when you compare it to the amount of funding that we dedicate towards the LGBT community. I think we do have to have this conversation. And last year, we actually came back with an item to increase the funding for these events. So I was more worried about, are we providing enough funding for these events rather than thinking that we might be funding too much. So I support the idea of having this broader conversation, and I'm prepared to move forward with the recommendation, but maybe we will come back at a later date with requesting changes to how we're doing the funding. So I'll go ahead and move this given the lateness of the hour.
It did get mentioned that on page 5 of 6 at the very bottom, there is a typo, and that is corrected to, right? It says 67,500,000. That should say 67,000.
Yeah, it was a comma.
If that
instead
went
of a
through, the
period.
city manager would have fired me.
Yeah. Thank you.
If I am going to bring back an item, can we discuss events as a whole? Because if we add additional funding to each of the boards and commissions, and then the council is able to add additional events throughout the year as co-sponsorships, we just don't have the capacity to do that. And you all approved the producer as part of the budget, and that's a position that we're hiring now to help with some of the events, but staff still has to work on them as well. So I'm concerned that if we increase the budget across the board and continue to have co-sponsorships, no one will be satisfied with the events that we have.
And may I say something as a long-term staff member? The co-sponsorships, while we are not supposed to be doing stuff, if they request the use of the council chambers, one of us has to be here. And it doesn't matter if I am the legislative affairs liaison when we are only 7 in the division. And we've been here almost every week with one event or another, whether it's a West Hollywood event or it is an LA event, whether it is a discussion on any topic, we are here. And we are here for the 3 or 4 hours that they have to be. So that needs to be taken into consideration as well.
Yes.
And Hernan, in terms of all of these amazing events that I support, Tatiana's at every one of these events, correct? And she's producing every one of these events.
There are people who are producers as well.
I understand.
But she has to do the contract, she has to verify the insurance with the city clerk's office. We don't have a risk officer right now, but there is a lot of things that go behind the scenes in order for these groups to put together the event. And even when they have a producer, the producer doesn't know the staff at Plummer Park or West Hollywood Park. So we have to connect them, we have to be there, we have to support the park staff, because we cannot just tell them, okay, here is the people who are going to do the event, go and figure it out.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a motion from Councilmember Heilman and a second from Councilmember Meister to approve the item as presented by staff. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Schein.
Aye.
The motion passes.
And that includes the direction that
Yeah.
An overall discussion about funding.
All right, well, we are now moving to our last public comment period. This time has been set aside for the public to address the council on any item of interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council that could not be heard under item 1 at the beginning of the meeting. Do we have any public comments?
We have 14 that are still in the queue, but I will call and see if they're still here. And I hope I don't mispronounce this. Ilham Bunduhi, Bounduhi. Okay. Lucia Zelenka. Okay. Carmen Balasiu. I don't see Patrick Blood any longer. Rick Watts.
Thank you, Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. I want to thank Mayor Shine for including in the in memoriam remarks closing in memory of the victims of the fires in Maui, which promises to number in the hundreds. I want to thank all of you for attending the Neighborhood Night Out events a couple of weeks ago, including ours over on Harper Sweetser. These events underline the need and support, deserved support for organizing our neighborhoods and our neighbors in support of emergency preparedness and public safety. To that end, I think one of the larger issues that goes a little too unnoticed is vacant properties, of which there are many in this city. The properties, they are fire hazards, they are attractive nuisances, they are vermin breeding grounds, they are public eyesores that depress property values and negatively impact and endanger the neighbors. To wit, 1280 North Sweetser is still in litigation. I'm not quite sure exactly where that is. Danny Rivas has kind of got his hands tied on it, and I understand Lauren Langer is as well to some degree. But the property owner there is basically giving a big middle finger to the citizens, the neighbors, and government in general. And despite what has been required of them, they are no longer providing any patrols to secure their property, and vagrants are getting in there, and there is a fire waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Our next speaker who I see in chambers is Alan Strasberg. And Alan will be followed by Anthony DeVgenio.
Alan Strasberg, a longtime resident of West Hollywood. I think that we owe gratitude to Lauren Meister for this weekend bringing sunshine onto the operations of our City Hall. I want to acknowledge also the city manager's, I think that was a mea culpa, but it contains a lot of promises, and I think there's work to do to make sure that we follow up and make sure those promises are held, so thank you for that. But really what it pointed to was a lot of silence, and I think there's a lot of silence on this dais most of the time. And I really look forward to your comments that come after this to see what you have to say about this incident. I often hear the admonition to do better. And what I want to hear from you all is to say, do better. Do better in how you run the city, how you run the city, how everyone runs the city. There are certain words that matter, and we've got them here. Process matters, ethics matters, accountability matters, transparency matters, and sunshine. Again, thank you for bringing sunshine on this matter. Despite the dismissive comments that I heard today about how many people watch these meetings, I can assure you that people are paying attention and people are having conversations every day. I have them, people have them. You might call me misinformed or I have some opinions that differ from yours, but people are having conversations. So I would encourage you to pay attention to people, not just in these chambers. And finally, this wasn't an isolated incident. You hear stories every day about people who feel ghosted, ghosted by all of you, ghosted by both of you. I feel ghosted by both of you. I hear back from one of you, half of you, and sometimes you, and that's it. So again, do better.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker is Anthony DeVgenio, to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, City Council. I come here before you today with a topic that has been brought to your attention about food vendors not being able to participate in special events. I was told from public safety that a city council member has to initiate the query to amend the law. It's been years that I've not been able to participate in Halloween or Pride when dozens of illegal vendors have. They cannot be controlled, and it can be easily proven by a simple audit on how many citations they have been given. It's nonsensical not to allow me to participate when we're lenient to these illegal venues. When code enforcement officers think that it's unfair for me not to be able to participate, something is wrong. I have hundreds of people asking me, why aren't you there? Why don't they let you? When I have asked repeatedly, the reply is that we just have to change the law. Why was it written like that in the first place? I don't know, but we have to change the law. 4 years ago, when the law came into effect, Public Works wanted to expedite to accommodate the vendors for Pride. They were supportive, so I don't know what happened. I think we should be fair and amend the street vendors' conditions by giving me the ability to participate with everyone else. Running 10 by 10 canopies at my location to outside vendors is not fair. Not only am I a merchant, but I'm a 30-year resident who has thousands of followers that want me there. What is it about my company that does go against public safety when I'm a positive fixture promoting a positive experience? I defuse fights, return cell phones, feed the homeless, the sheriff, fire, police. I give free dessert to everyone on their birthdays, literally everyone. So most importantly, I sober them up. I get them home safe so they can come back to our beautiful city and do it again. Retaining a health department permit is extremely expensive, and it's about a $30,000 to $50,000 investment to do what I do, and who's to say that they would succeed? So let me give the public what they want. Let me give them a less expensive option, especially during Pride. I do not want to start a petition riling up the public, making us look bad, unaccommodating, or antagonistic. Living here since 1994, the city has always been loving, supportive, and innovative. We're not a military. We are a colorful community that lives in harmony with one another. Please amend this law. It's a fair thing to do, and it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Council, for your time. I will stay in touch with Public Safety, awaiting your reply. Thank you. I'm from
Thank you,
Baltimore.
Anthony.
The Pelosi's are my cousins. So if you ever make it to Washington, I'll put in a good word for you.
Thank you, Anthony. Kathy Blavis, to be followed by Kevin Burton.
Hi, good evening. Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I too wanted to comment tonight on Councilmember Meister's opinion piece yesterday. And when I read it, I was really angry, and I wrote a comment in WehoVille. And tonight, I was angry also until I sat with it for a while, and I realized it's not so much that I'm angry, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because of several things. I'm concerned about how this came down. I'm concerned about what has now become the perception of many of the residents. What I look at is intention. What was the intention behind having someone on the panel, someone I respect highly, but who supports and represents developers? What was the intention of Councilmember Meister in terms of putting this article out? And what's my intention speaking tonight? My intention is, as I said, I'm concerned. This is business as usual. This is what 12 years ago, when I started paying attention to the city, I saw in terms of how Plummer Park came down, how the plan came down, and how it came down through many commissions and many advisory boards was, you like the plan, don't you? And that's the problem. Community wants to be involved. Community wants to have a say. Community wants to have outreach. And I just think that if you looked at this very objectively, any other place where somebody who has a major interest in who gets appointed as a community development director, you'd see that maybe it's not illegal, but it is highly perceived as unethical. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Kevin Burton, to be followed by Stephen Buscino.
Kevin Burton, resident of West Hollywood, and I just want to raise everyone's attention to the newly installed dedicated rush hour bus bike lanes on La Brea Avenue. Striping has been put down, and what this means is that the curbside lanes during rush hour should only be used by buses and bicyclists, because buses carry large numbers of people, bicyclists don't take up much room on the road, and so they cause less congestion. They're therefore being given high priority, and currently these lanes extend from Sunset Boulevard down to Olympic Boulevard. But putting striping on the street doesn't mean the system's going to work. It's not going to work if the parking is enforced the way it has been for many years. where it's a tow-away zone. They're not supposed to park vehicles in those lanes at rush hour, but they do all the time. On the businesses on the west side of La Brea, there are cars parked there in the rush hour all the time. I'm there frequently. What does that mean? The buses have to go around and go out into traffic. Bicyclists have to go around out into traffic. That situation has not changed. A couple of days ago, I went down to Gateway Center, 5 cars, 1 delivery van parked there, rush hour. So if parking enforcement does not vigorously enforce the rules, this new arrangement will fail. And it's up to you all, up in the days, to ensure resources are provided to parking enforcement to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Stephen Brashino, to be followed by Antonella Nicolon.
Steve Brasino. I was here a few weeks ago regarding Temple Bethel, and I also am concerned about the process because it seemed like we were kept out of the loop through this whole process. I believe you guys started meeting about the Temple Bethel after COVID, I think during COVID for Zoom. And we had no say in the process, we had no updates, and then we had to pull ourselves together in the last year and try to make a fight for this place. And I think it's short-sighted. You guys talk about community outreach, and where's the community outreach with this? It's going to bring a lot of traffic and a lot of construction to Crescent Heights. And I think also getting rid of one of your long-standing religious communities in West Hollywood is just not well thought out. In light of the piece by Councilwoman Meister, I think a lot of questions are now being asked. And I think it has to be said that was a brave thing that you did, and I appreciate it, and the city appreciates it. And we need people to take more action. Talk is cheap. You guys can say anything you want, but if you don't act in our best interest, then people take notice. So I think that we're here tonight so that you will hear us better, and we're all good humans here. Otherwise, I don't think that we would be standing here tonight. So I have faith in everyone here, so thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker is Antonella Nicolon, to be followed by Carmen Balesio.
Honorable members of the City Council, my name is Antonella Nicolau, and I appear before you tonight on behalf of myself as a proud resident of our own wonderful city of West Hollywood, as well as an employee of La Boheme, a landmark business I'm sure you're all aware of by now. What I aim is to bring to your attention the fact that your constituents need you now. They are suffering and struggling, and they desperately need your help and support in making it possible for them to keep their jobs in the food industry. We fully support offering them the best wages we can, as high as possible, but we support even more being able to offer them a job. The nation's highest minimum wage that was forced upon us will soon make it a city with the highest unemployment rate. We in the food industry are unable to keep our employees at this rate, and will continue to cut jobs and hours up to the point where we will be out of business. As our elected officials, you have shown us you have the power and the strength to put our interests above anything else, and we thank you for that. Because of that, we also trust you, and we come here today to ask for your help. It is in your power now to keep the food on the tables of your constituents by simply backing up businesses like ours, so we can continue to keep our doors open. We believe in your ability to make it happen. With just a little help from you, we can continue to conduct our business in the same professional manner that helped us create a name for ourselves, as well as keep our employees happy and, most importantly, employed. But for all of this, we need money. Money we are not making at the moment. due to the city's policy. In a time when you fight for economic recovery, you sure threw a wrench in our process. In the last few seconds, I would also like to point out the fact that the safety of our beautiful city is kind of lacking lately. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carmen Balasiu, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing it wrong, to be followed by Patrick Diamond.
Hi, everyone. I'll try to keep this short and concise. It's nice to be here again in front of you today. As the general manager of La Boheme, I'm here standing right before you again, and with deep concern regarding the recent political decision to increase the minimum wage to unprecedented levels. While we fully support the well-being of our employees, it is important to recognize that this policy, as well-intentioned as it might be, should not be taken in the detriment of small businesses such as ours. As it stands, it has had a profound impact on our business, as well as the experience that we provide to our customers. The decision to raise the minimum wage has forced us to make difficult choices and decisions in our business. Regrettably, we had to eliminate the busser's position, which puts a tremendous effort on our employees and has resulting in the unfortunate layoff of some of them as well. We also had to reduce the hours significantly, like Toru, the CFO of the business, mentioned, 1,000 hours compared to last year with similar sales. The staff now find themselves working tirelessly to cover essential tasks, leaving them with less time to engage with our guests. Furthermore, we were compelled to raise the menu prices in an attempt to offset the rising costs. Despite the implementation of these measures, their efficacy in alleviating the financial burden has been limited. Also, with our high standard of service now compromised and higher prices, we can see that our restaurant's popularity and reputations is inevitably at a risk of decline. Today, I implore you to consider your predicament. We propose that the city extend the support through reduced tax or for businesses like ours, or by introducing tax credits. That would help tremendously, and that will keep employees in their jobs. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Carmen. Our next speaker is Patrick Diamond. I don't see him any longer, though. So Dimitri K. Okay. Amy E. Okay. Kareem Aminji.
A mercy.
Oh, it's Amerci?
SI.
SI, okay. I'll fix it for you.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say small business is 75% of the economy in this country. It's not the big business. Elon Musk has moved to India. So, you know, what I want the city to consider is all these fancy buildings that we're building, but if people can't do their dry cleaning, get their yogurt, right? What is the point? Right now, my cost of hangers, one box is $40 3 years ago. It's now $110. We're dealing with inflation up the roof. All my friends that own businesses, the rents have gone up. The nightclubs, the rents have gone up to $100,000. And if you lay your faith on just clubs and, you know, marijuana bars, they're all going to be gone because nobody can afford $100,000 rents. We're the bread and butter. My dad started this business 40 years ago. You saw my 2 kids here earlier. I just got out of work right now. I have to deal with my daughter saying, Daddy, are you going to come home alive after La Boheme holdups? We can't even walk in the streets anymore. So we don't have safety. If we don't have economic sustainability, I urge the city council to understand that small business like us, it is so important. The minimum wage, also the 1 week that has to be considered, and you need to talk to small business and see how this affects us, because it is so horrible to have to deal with this. We work so hard. My business is the same level as pre-pandemic, and I've got 12 less people. We're scared to hire more people. The insurance companies have raised our workman's comp. As soon as the payroll goes up, our workman's comp goes up $10,000 or $15,000 a year. So there's so many unintended benefits. We have to raise prices. A lot of people that are here are my customers, and the prices have gone up in the last 3 years. We don't want to do that. We don't want to continue doing that. This will be the most expensive city to do dry cleaning, and that we're trying so hard not to do that. So I implore you to consider talking to small business and seeing what you can do to help us. We're the life and blood of this city. I have 42 employees working right now. And I've even reached the point where I'm considering moving from the city into Los Angeles. And I don't want to do that. I've been here for 40 years. My father, me, my 2 kids. So I please implore you to consider small business. Thank you.
Thank you. The only other person I have signed up to speak is Lucia Z.
Good evening. My name is Lucia Zelenka. I am the resident of West Hollywood, and also I am employee of the La Boheme restaurant. I am a bar manager there. I came here to remind you the safety is a problem for us. I don't understand why you decided to defund the sheriff's department while you are protected by sheriffs all around here. Why your life is more valuable than mine or any other constituents. I don't really understand that. I don't understand why I have to go to work and fight mentally ill people, and then I can start working. Every day I see display of homeless people, drug addicts laying on the sidewalk in front of La Boheme with butt naked or any other body parts. Back in the days, we used to go to strip club to see naked people. Now I go to work and I see them laying on the sidewalk. It's a very, very weird situation. Second, my concern is the minimum wage. If you really cared about minimum wage workers, you would offer them maybe lower income taxes or something. But that would have probably effect on your spending because you would have less money to mismanage. So you are just putting the burden on small businesses, and most of them, they are not going to survive with this type of raising all the time minimum wages. So please consider your actions and more think about small businesses and your constituents than about your donors. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that was our last speaker in chambers. We have 3 individuals in Zoom.
Our first speaker on Zoom this evening is Lynn Russell, to be followed by Joe Farrell. Lynn, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Are we on?
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Shine and fellow council members. This is Lynn Russell in West Hollywood. Following its rightful designation as a national and state landmark, Long Hall Great Hall as the 1938 WPA project, it is a centerpiece of Plummer Park to be joined with Fiesta Hall designed in 1949 by Henry Gogarty in the regional Spanish colonial revival style, representing the only publicly funded and commissioned meeting structure in West Hollywood. Its additional significance is as the site of the first city council meeting after 1984 incorporation of West Hollywood. Tonight, the city council had the opportunity to declare both structures to be of local, historic, and cultural significance, underscoring 12 years of unfailing advocacy by Protect Plummer Park founders Stephanie Harker and Kathy Blavis, ably assisted by Jen Dunbar and members of the surrounding community. They are to be more than applauded. Now, I would like to suggest a remaining task to you, which would set a capstone to this graceful park and a thorough refreshment of the landscape, would be for the city itself to take on the responsibility of returning Plummer House, the home of Eugenio Plummer family, to its rightful location. While it is now safe in Calabasas, it has absolutely no connection to its location, and it would be the right thing to do to reestablish it in Plummer Park. So I'm asking you to wholeheartedly give consideration to taking this on and returning Plummer Park to its original environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Joe Farrell, to be followed by Manny Rodriguez. Joe, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Oh, hello. Thank you. Hello, City Council members. Some of you may know me from our discussions that we've had privately or in small groups, but I wanted to address the City Council as a whole tonight. As you all may know, the American dream is one of home ownership. For middle-class families in West Hollywood, actual home ownership is mostly out of reach, and that's like single-family or multi-unit homes. This leaves condos as the only option for most of us in the middle class. But as you also know, every condo comes with a citywide rider that obligates homeowners for market rate housing to underwrite the affordable housing units that typically make up more than 25% of each homeowner's community. In all cases, these riders obligate the HOA to burden the to assume the entire burden of special assessment during things like disasters. Last night, our HOA and many other HOAs experienced a major disaster that was Hillary. Hillary is estimated to cost my HOA $3 to $5 million. Because of Section 7.6 in our CC&Rs, affordable housing will not pay a penny to make our community whole. Further, actual homeowners, the wealthiest members of our community, pay nothing to support affordable housing while reaping the full benefits that this gives our entire community. This boils down to one thing. The burden of supporting affordable housing falls on a small minority middle-class families. And during a disaster that has gripped our HOA, the city washes its hands and leaves condo owners to shoulder this massive burden. Over the past 2 years, I've sincerely appreciated the efforts and discussions that I've had on this matter with Brian Lee, Christopher Schroeder, Lauren Beerley, sorry about that, Lindsay Horvath, and of course, Mayor Shine, as well as others that I've had the pleasure of working with. During this time, I suggested that the city allow HOAs to draw from the city's affordable housing.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Your time is up. Thank you so much. And our last speaker on Zoom this evening is Manny Rodriguez. Manny, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, Manny Rodriguez, resident of West Hollywood. It's a sad day. Delgado is leaving us. I just want to take this opportunity to thank Oscar for all your years of service to the city and its residents. Oscar was the go-to guy. He knew everything about every department and how to execute and manage any challenge that came his way. He was resident-centric, proactive, and he was always the same. When you met with Oscar, there were never any surprises. I knew that if I really needed help in getting something done fast, all I had to do was email Oscar. But I only allowed myself 2 emails a year to him. They had to be very important. Now Jackie Rocco gets 12 emails a week from me about scooters. Oscar was a great resource and a patient listener. At the end of a contentious Zoom meeting with residents about the Robertson closure, Oscar listened patiently to the entire meeting and ended the meeting brilliantly with assurances that mitigating impacts to the neighborhood would be a top priority. Everyone left satisfied and happy. I've watched Oscar and his team execute multiple complicated public works projects that have improved life in this city for years to come. Although you never accomplished one resident's request to build canals all through West Hollywood, I'm confident Paul Arvalo took the kibosh on that one. So thank you, Oscar. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. You're the greatest, and you've made West Hollywood better. And it didn't hurt that you're Cuban.
Mayor, that was our last speaker.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor Shine. Attendance, I partook in National Night Out, participated in the Special Public Safety Study Session, visited the Rec Expo. Good job, staff. It was, I think the kids had a lot of fun, and also swore in several board members for the new Social Justice Advisory Board. Regarding consent calendar, I just want to talk about 2M, and that was the designation of Plummer Park Community Clubhouse and Fiesta Hall as local cultural resources. I'm really glad that staff returned to the Historic Preservation Commission with a thorough analysis of these historic sites, and that HPC was able to dot their I's and cross their T's to make sure that these sites, when they came to council, there would be no question as to how their validity as cultural sites. So I want to congratulate the historic preservation community and Stephanie, is that what we call you? Kathy Blavis and Stephanie Harker, and Long Live Great Hall, Long Hall, and Fiesta Hall. And now it's time for them to receive some TLC now that we know their fate. Announcements, wanted to announce that tomorrow night, August 22nd at 6 p.m., Plummer Park Ad Hoc Council Subcommittee meeting. That's me and Mayor Pro Tem. You can join us at Plummer Park, rooms 5 and 6 for a meeting to update on park improvements and what's coming up in the pipeline. So I hope to see you there. I think someone else already mentioned, the Women's Advisory Board already mentioned the Women's Equality Day WeHo Takeover pop-up, which is Saturday, August 26th at 6 p.m. at San Vicente, the intersection of San Vicente and Santa Monica Boulevard. There's also a community meeting regarding 8301 Sunset Boulevard. It's a Zoom meeting Wednesday, August 30th at 5:30. So if you live in that area or work in that area, you may want to virtually attend that meeting. I'm not going to say much about what I wrote because I think I couldn't be any more thorough, or I don't think I could express myself at this hour as well as I could express myself on paper. I think the community knows that it's about transparency, it's about appearance of impropriety, it's about appearance of conflict of interest and true conflicts of interest. And I hope that we do better. I would like to end on a very high note, and that's to talk about Oscar Delgado. Oscar Delgado, when he came back to the city, because he had worked at the city, and then he went back to City of Santa Monica, or he went to City of Santa Monica, then came back to the city. His first charge, I think, was to work with West Hollywood West Residents Association. I was president at the time, because his boss couldn't seem to deal with us because we wanted parking on both sides of the street. Oh my God. And we wanted to have our trash, we wanted to have street cleaning after trash day because it seemed to make sense to have it in that order. And somehow what nobody else seemed to be able to do at City Hall, Oscar Delgado did it. And that was my first experience with Oscar. And I realized that this is somebody who really wanted to work with the community, and that meant bringing the residents together with the businesses, the business community who was not happy with us at the time because of our, desire to be able to park on both sides of the street. So I just, that's why having a person who is so community-oriented working for this city is so important. Because not only do they get things done, but they get things done in a way that everyone seems to leave the table happy. And that's what our goal should be. That's what we should be striving for every single day. So thank you, Oscar. I'm going to miss you. I feel like Dorothy, and I'm going to miss you most of all, Oscar. And I'm going to hold on to that cell number because when I get really frustrated, I'm calling you. So thank you again, and enjoy your retirement, and it's very well deserved. Thank you.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. I'll start with attendance. I attended a number of swearing-ins for our board and commission members. Congratulations to everyone. I think we're finally done with that process. I participated in National Night Out and the special meeting on public safety, the West Side City Council of Governments meeting, the Clean Power Alliance Energy and Resource Planning meeting, the La Casa, Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency meeting. And I attended National League of Cities Transportation Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, as well as the Long Beach Offshore Wind Roundtable with Clean Power Alliance, and probably other things. It's been a long month. I wanted to just start my comments by saying thank you to the many speakers who joined us tonight, both those who were here for celebration and concern, and for the opportunity to hold maybe the youngest member of the community who's ever joined these council chambers. That was very special. I want to share some happy preservation news out of the city of Los Angeles, since preservation is the theme of tonight. During Tuesday's Los Angeles City Council meeting, the LA City Council approved the protective status for the Morris Kite home, unanimous 15-0 decision. As we know, Morris Kite was a fearless pioneer for our LGBTQ movement, one of our city's foremost champions for LGBTQ folks. So this is a very important victory for our queer community and beyond. It's the preservation of his East Lake home. Very glad to see the support for the advocacy training project at the National Council of Jewish Women on the consent agenda tonight. As a participant in that in the past, I highly encourage folks to sign up for that. It was amazing. Just want to note the updated use of older adult advisory board. It feels like a long time coming, and I know there's many folks who will be very happy for that, and many of us will have to do the tedious work of correcting constantly, but may it be. I think language is really important, and the use of this brings a lot of dignity to folks. So let us continue to use this older adult advisory board. I just want to note the smart advice and encouragement of a community member who said that in order for priority lanes on La Brea to be a success, we need to ensure we're playing our role in that. So in whatever way we can as staff to prioritize the enforcement of those priority lanes and that parking. I don't know how to make that a clear direction, but if we can do that, that would be really great. And I will check in about that at some point. I know we're going to be having a ribbon cutting for those bus lanes in the coming weeks, so I hope to see folks there. Just a couple more things I want to say. August 31st is Overdose Awareness Day. That's been previously approved on council. Tonight we approved support for Suicide Prevention Awareness Week in the middle of September. I just want to say, as somebody personally impacted by loss of loved ones to suicide and also overdose, these days really hit me personally and have motivated me professionally to make our community a more supportive space for those in need. I meant to bring a box of Narcan and my fentanyl test strips, but just want to constantly show and uplift these tools as life-saving, harm reduction tools, things that we should destigmatize, embrace, learn more about, teach others about. So as many times as you have the opportunity to train yourselves, your business, your community, please do so. It will save lives. And just lastly, I think there have been many great staff members, long-term staff members leaving in a couple recent weeks. I won't take it personally. I will instead suggest it has something to do with Councilmember Heilman coming back. But in sincerity, just want to really appreciate, Oscar, your kindness and your support. It's been really meaningful, and I wish you all the best in your next chapter. Thank you.
Councilmember Heilman.
That was a good one. A couple of things. First of all, our city manager thanked our sheriffs and firefighters and public safety personnel, and I also want to thank our public works staff, all of whom were on alert all weekend long, and fortunately we got out of this without any serious damage, so thank you to all of those people. I did want to let people know of an upcoming community event on August 30th, Wednesday, August 30th, here at the council chambers. Our former supervisor, Zev Yaroslavsky, will be here in conversation about his new book. And so I wanted to encourage people to come and hear what Zev has to say. I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend National Night Out. I was traveling. I did get to meet with a group of LGBTQ activists in Estonia, and they're actually having some of the same challenges that we do in terms of members of the LGBT community and substance abuse, And obviously they've been working with refugees from Ukraine. And so it was really eye-opening to hear their stories. And I also have attended a couple of swearing-ins, including the Russian Advisory Board, and was able to swear in some of the new members. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with the two adjournments that my colleagues mentioned tonight, first being Richard Settle. I'm going to miss Richard very much. I last saw him at, I believe it was Memorial Day, and really just enjoyed his presence. He was a constant force. When I was an intern arranging all of you up here on council at that point, Richard, much like John Viscott, so I wonder where he gets it from. Usually when he told the council where to go, the council moved quite along, and he was a devoted documentarian of this city, and I would love to see or have our city manager come back with a way in which we could, at a time appropriate with respect to his family, display some of his most prominent or feature some of his works in our library or somewhere around the city. He captured a lot of our history for many years, and that will be missed. And it would be great to see if that could be possible to uplift and honor his memory. I will miss you, Richard, but I will be attending his memorial, which I believe is in October later this year, at United Methodist Church. He was a very devoted member of that community. Additionally, I want to just say a few things about John Alschel, who I had the privilege of serving on the Planning Commission with for about a year and a half. I can't remember. It's a time uncertain, obviously, but John was the first person that reached out to me when I got appointed by then Councilmember Heilman as his planning commissioner, and he was always someone that would check in on me before meetings and just provided so much guidance and a way that I saw the city and see the city. And I know sometimes he would say things and do things that pissed people off, right? I'm looking at one of my colleagues, but those battles were always hard fought, but also shown with care and compassion. And I think that he helped shape the city. And I will deeply miss John, and I know many people will as well. Additionally, I wanted to talk about Magpie, Lorianne Carlton. She was actually one of the first individuals to sell Women's March LA merchandise at her store back in 2016, 2017, and those reports are horrific. I know that they haven't released the individual who murdered her yet, but I am sending love to her family, and she has had multiple stories, and a horrific loss for so many individuals. She was a really wonderful person. Meetings attended. I attended the Contract Cities July Board of Directors meeting in a city by the ocean. I can't remember it now, but it took me 3 hours to get there. Redondo Beach, thank you very much. My comments when I gave my report were, if I have to drive to Redondo Beach, you're going to listen to this boring Sacramento legislative report. It was a joke, you don't have to laugh, but let me just tell you, it's a beautiful city. But that was a fun meeting. The Rainbow Book Bus pop-up fair, I want to thank staff for making those also successful. It ran so efficiently at Plummer Park, and the last day I was able to attend, and it was wonderful. The National Night Out events, thankful to all the volunteers, city staff, especially those that dunked me. I think we raised over $300. Thank you very much, Councilmember Meister, for throwing your hat in the ring. I missed some of my biggest fans, as I call them, but maybe there's next year, and to always come on out and throw a ball for charity. I attended the Pride Subcommittee with my colleague Mayor Shine, the Substance Use and Harm Reduction event, thank you to staff, presented a proclamation at the premiere of With This Light at the Museum of Tolerance. I swore in my Social Justice Advisory Board member, the Contract Cities Ledge Committee, the LGBTQ Commission meeting, because I wasn't able to attend the inaugural one. I had my Saturdays in Plummer Park event, the Liability Trust Fund Claims and Oversight Committee meeting, that was fun, and the Pro Housing Advocacy meeting with California YIMBY. Additionally, some additional comments. If Danny or someone could come, Danny Rivas or David could follow up with some East Side cannabis dispensaries. I didn't have a chance to look at the policy, but I've gotten a few comments from community members regarding doors not being guarded and left wide open, and seems like an ample space for crime to be committed, especially with a lot of smash and grabs that have been going on. I'm happy to follow up with you privately on that, but I don't know what the policy is for security for the just off the top of my head, so maybe we could follow up on that. I would like a development update, and this can be done privately, on the developments on Formosa Ave at Lexington. I believe there's 2 or 3. I think, Jackie, you helped with that before. I've gotten some inquiries about where they are. I would love an update on Melrose Triangle. I know that those entitlements are coming due next year, and whatever that is. So I would just, if it's a consent calendar item, I just don't know where they're at. Additionally, I believe we gave direction for annual or quarterly updates on seismic retrofitting status reports and where we are at in the city. I haven't seen one of those on a council agenda. And additionally, I really enjoyed the Public Safety Commission meeting, which was last week already. And this doesn't sound right at the moment, but less is more. I felt like while the entire commission being here was good, I felt that we could have had a more efficient conversation. So perhaps if we have it again in the future, which I would like, it's just the chair and vice chair representing it, like we had when we had the WAB and the LGBTQ commission. I thought that was more efficient. I actually went back and watched that meeting versus the other one. Maybe there's a way in which we could ensure that better communication is happening that way. Items on consent. Thank you for support of Circa, the film, sponsoring the expo. I think this is incredible. By Visibility Week, which Mayor Shine and I, when we were on LGAB, pushed forward. And then I'm just going to say a few more things. Apologies, Mayor. I really want to thank Kathy and Stephanie. I really want to take a moment and thank you for your work. Thank you for where we are at tonight. Thank you, Councilmember Meister, when we did all those things, and the council for supporting it. And I just got to say that there's a reason I hold all my Saturday events in Plummer Park. It's free office space, so why not? I'm always near your little free library, which I try to keep as stocked as possible. So, you know, I got more. But I do really want to thank you. Advocacy is never easy. It's very difficult. I do argue that in West Hollywood, we're a little bit more available than maybe in the city of LA. I would challenge anyone here to try to call their or have their council member's phone number for the city of LA and see what that's like. But nevertheless, you created a system and people who deeply care about a beloved park that I consider my backyard. And I do want to say I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I'm thankful for that. Additionally, I understand that there have been comments about an article that one of my colleagues wrote. I believe in privacy, and I have great respect for that individual, so I'll follow up with her privately. I don't think those things, and they're not grievances, should be aired out in public. Additionally, I do, and that's why I asked the question, this city has regularly given authority to the city manager to hire and fire directors. That's how it goes. That's city manager government. I understand one of my colleagues has not voted for that, and I respect that decision. That doesn't mean that obviously we can't do things better. I really thank David for what I believe a member of the community called a mea culpa. I think that speaks wisely and highly of you. Look, we can always make sure that we are doing all that we can to make sure the community has their concerns heard. And while I feel that some of us are able to write comments or articles and some of us aren't, I think that the pledge and the push that we all have to do is to understand the process and maybe explain the process a little bit more. And I heard what you said tonight, and I thank you for that, David. And I also thank any type of opinion that might not go with the majority. So I thank my colleague for expressing her opinion. And I think it's important because disagreement is the beauty of compromise. As we showed with Fountain Avenue tonight, which were unanimous votes, and I do want to thank my colleagues on that as well. And then additionally, I have heard the commentary from some of our small businesses. I believe our friend from Holloway Cleaners is still here. Thank you so much. We do have a waiver that is available, but David and I'm happy to meet with you and talk more about it. And my next comments regarding La Boheme, as I'm getting a little confused. At first it was a public safety conversation, and now it's a minimum wage conversation. Both are very important conversations. Ultimately, La Boheme is owned by Global Dining Group, which is worth 4.4 billion yen, because it's based in Japan, which is $30 billion in United States currency. So it's owned by a global dining corporation, and they let 20 bus people go. I understand every business has a top sheet and what they have to look at for how they make their business work. And I'm not saying just because it's worth $30 billion, again, 30 billion with a B, that makes any policy correct or wrong. But I have to argue that when you talk about inflation prices at our supermarket, those were blamed on hazard pay for workers during the pandemic. Kroger was worth billions and billions of dollars, and they never took away executive level compensation that provided those executives with that money and never gave it back to the staff. This is a conversation that I think we are having as a council, but when you come here and you then attack members of the dais, and I say the word attack because there is no one putting political preference over public policy here, no matter what you say, and I don't agree with the assumption that that is the truth. When you come up here and you talk and you ask for help, like a member of our community did, we want to help and we want to listen to you, but the message is getting muddled, and I don't think that that's appropriate at the moment. And I'm happy to sit down with Lucien, but from what I've been told, they have La Boheme as a jewel in their property area because it's in West Hollywood, and if they put it up for sale, they put it up for sale, and I'm happy to talk about that. But again, La Boheme is owned by a group that is worth $30 billion. I'm trying to see the small business aspect here, and I'm happy to meet with you again, Lucien, but again, we have to figure this out, and we will figure it out. But again, to Lucien and the people who came here, there is a one-year waiver, again, that you can apply for and do if you feel that the policy is hurting your business. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to also thank our staff and community safety department and all the partners for this weekend doing an incredible job. And I also want to give a big thank you to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath and her staff who checked in multiple times with me to make sure we had resources, to make sure that the city is okay, and we're offering their help directly. It is incredible to have a former council member as our LA County Supervisor with the attention that we are getting. So we're all safe. I understand that some residents unfortunately lost power for the entire day, but from what I have, information I've received, we made it through okay with the tropical storm and an earthquake in the middle of everything too. So thank you to all the public commenters this evening. Your participation represents the beauty of our democracy. Since our last meeting, I attended a town hall with Assemblymember Rick Zebur Chavez, sponsored by our city, the 2023 State of Real Estate event by GLAR, where I gave welcome remarks. I also attended the Pride Subcommittee meeting, National Night Out. That was absolutely incredible. I think this was the best National Night Out. People were so positive, community was out, and I just want to thank Rick Watts and the Neighborhood Watch Group that did such a beautiful tribute to Esther Baum and even created her deviled eggs for the community. It was very touching, and I felt very emotional about it, so thank you. I was interviewed on Spectrum on In Focus. I was also, a couple of weeks ago, I had the chance to go to, I was invited and had the chance to go to Israel as part of a delegation of elected officials from all over California, thanks to Project Interchange, that is a part of American Jewish Committee. The trip was eye-opening, to say the least. We got to experience Israeli, Arab, and Palestinian life, culture, and politics firsthand, from Tel Aviv to Haifa, the Lebanon-Israel border to Jerusalem and Ramallah. We covered a lot of ground, meeting experts, elected officials, and folks from various industries, gave us a diverse perspective on things, and helped me as an elected official to learn what they are doing and how we can potentially partner and learn from the ways that their government works and ways that may not work for us. It's always crucial to see things from your own vantage point rather than relying solely on others' opinions. The situation in Israel is very complex. What's happening there is something we need to pay attention to, especially because it's about more than just one country's fate. The risk of Israel losing its democracy is concerning, and we need to take it seriously because the same could happen to us. In a world where our freedom and democracy are at stake, we should stand united, both globally and here in the US. Let's keep preserving what makes our society strong and vibrant. I also attended a panel on psychedelics and entheogenic wellness in our city. I want to thank my colleagues for their support of the Women, Life, Freedom short film human rights speaker series. I am happy that the community expressed your concerns and about the process of how the new employee and development director was chosen, and process does matter. And in this case, the process that our city follows is to hire a city attorney and a city manager and delegate hiring to our city manager. That is the process of this city, and that is a process that was followed. So process does matter, but it also matters what processes are in place with the way our city functions. I am really happy that David, because of the concerns with a person on that panel, has really taken the extra step of bringing in a person to review the processes, because yes, we could always be better and we should always be better. So I'm really happy about that. I want to share a concern that I've heard from Center City businesses and residents regarding the empty lot that we own on North Crescent Heights and Santa Monica Boulevard. Business owners have complained to me about its lack of security, that people are literally getting in there, unhoused folks and others that are not unhoused, doing wheelies on the giant mound of dirt, and the dirt not being secure and falling all on the sidewalk and affecting the success of nearby businesses. I spoke to Vito about this, and I have not heard back, so I just wanted to bring it to the attention of our Code Compliance Department and our city manager. I would like a report back on how we're going to secure this, this lot that we own. I want to also share with the public a very important program that is very beneficial for people on fixed income and low-income residents in our city. Spectrum is called the Affordable Connectivity Program. Spectrum has shared details with me on an available connectivity program which provides eligible households with high-speed internet at no cost. This is being funded by the federal government, and you can check if your household qualifies, and for additional information on this program, visit www.acpbenefit.org. The application can also be found on the webpage, or you can call 877-384-2575 to have the application mailed to you. And it basically gives you a large discount and free internet, which is really important to have and that cost can go a long way when you're on fixed income or low income. As mentioned during the presentation of the Proclamation for Women's Equality Day, please join us on Saturday, August 26th between 6 and 8 p.m. at the intersection of Santa Monica and San Vicente for a pop-up experience celebrating women winning the right to vote and the 100th anniversary of the Equal Rights Amendment. And on Sunday, August 27th at 12 p.m. at Plummer Park Long Hall, the city and our Women's Advisory Board is hosting the opening of the ERA Feminist Art Show entitled Planting Dreams to Harvest Hope, that is being presented by Equal Means Equal and Moby Arts in celebration of Women's Equality Day. The show will run from August 27th until September 26th, and the viewing hours are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. For those who may have family members in Iran, I wanted to spread awareness of a program that is available through HIAS, Iranian Lutenberg program. This limited time program allows an individual who legally resides in the U.S. to file an application on behalf of their relatives and friends who are residents of Iran and who belong to one of the following religious minority groups: Baha'i, Christian, Jewish, Sabine Mendines, or Zoroastrian. HIAS works closely with the U.S. Department of State to determine if the beneficiary who lives in Iran has access to the United States Refugee Admissions Program. Time is limited. Completed applications are due no later than September 15th, 2023. If interested, email your contact information to iran.program@hias.org as soon as possible to start the application process. Earlier this month, the United States and Iran reached an agreement to win the freedom of 5 imprisoned Americans in exchange for several jailed Iranians and the eventual access to about $6 billion in funding, as reported by several media outlets. The 5 American hostages to be released as part of the deal are being held on a 10-year sentence for espionage-related charges. 3 have been publicly identified as Siamak Namazi, a businessman who was arrested in 2015, a venture capitalist named Emad Sharghi, who was sentenced in 2020, and Morad Tahbaz, a British national who was arrested in 2018. More information on this deal will be expected to be released. A lot of Iranian Americans, including myself, are not happy with this deal, given the atrocities that the extremist religious government has committed on Iranians seeking freedom. To give them access to $6 billion in the hopes that they will use it for humanitarian purposes when this government is cannot be trusted at all. And they frankly fund terrorists that destabilize the entire region is a joke. It's an absolute joke, and it is it makes the trust in the current administration breaks the trust in the current administration too. So while I'm glad that the hostages were released, this was a big mistake. And with that, I believe that are all my comments, and we are adjourned. The City Council, it is 11:04 p.m. Our next meeting is a special closed session Monday, September 11th, 2023 at 5 p.m. at City Hall Community Meeting Room, Community Meeting Room in the council chambers. What? Monday, September 11th.